Sorry.
Cool.
What is going on, travelers? Will be on in just a moment. You guys can continue. It's a really good conversation.
Oh, I don't think they haven't released. They haven't said anything about what platforms it was going to be on yet, did they?
No.
I don't think they did. No.
Yeah, they didn't do any. They didn't say any of that. I think that's coming soon. I have a sneaking suspicion because they're Hello Games. They might be waiting for an official announcement of Switch 2. That way they can say, "Oh yeah, these are the platforms." Because you can't come out and say it's going to be on the Switch Pro or whatever they call it before they even announce it.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, the Switch is coming out shortly.
Yeah, they said last I heard they delayed it to 2025 so they can make more consoles so there's no shortage. That's what I heard.
Yeah. And then they're supposed to be releasing PS4
or PS5 Pro.
PS5 Pro.
Yeah,
before they come out with a PS6.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I heard. The rumor, I guess, is PS4 or PS5 Pro this fall, and then Xbox this summer is going to announce their digital only platforms. They're basically, it's not a Xbox Series X Pro. It's more of just the discless versions that are going to be a little bit cheaper. So I don't know how that's going to work out, because I think it sounds like Xbox is going to skip the Pro and just go right into whatever the next generation is whenever that happens. So how is that going to work out when a PS5 Pro is around? I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I know I'll more than likely pre-order it once they start pre-orders, and hopefully
the Pro?
Yeah. Yep. I did the same thing with the PS4. I got the PS4 Pro.
I just got my PS5. I'm like, now I gotta trade this thing in to get a PS5 Pro.
Yeah, mine in particular is a launch day console, because I was able to pre-order it back when they first started taking. I got the invitation to pre-ordered it, and then it was here on launch day. So it's, when you think about it, it's been like what, 4 years?
4 years?
3 years now? Yeah.
I think it's 20. Was it 2020? Maybe 2021. So. Yeah, good Lord. It just feels like now they're starting to pick up 4 years later.
Well, that's because of the pandemic and everybody freaking buying them all up and then trying to sell them for triple the price. And now they can't get rid of them. They're stuck on all these freaking consoles they can't get rid of, because now people can buy them anywhere.
What is going on, travelers? Welcome, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start the podcast. I'm sorry, you guys.
No worries. So, we would chat forever, so yeah.
So we're going to be talking about the post-Omega update, as well as some of the other things Hello Games has planned, and where things are going in terms of what we saw in the trailer. Hey, Daniel, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. So, with the conversation starting, let's talk about the 2024 trailer. We'll get onto the whole console thing in a minute, unless you guys want to wrap that up.
Oh, we're good. Yeah, I'm all good with talking about the trailer. We still have pieces we're waiting on.
Yes. So, in the trailer, we saw the Type B space stations. We saw the interior of the new space stations. We saw the Starborn Runner. And we were able to see kiosks, and one of them isn't here yet in terms of racing. So, what are you guys' thoughts about that? Are we going to see this in pieces, or is it going to drop this summer because of a specific reason? What are your thoughts?
What are you thinking, Moose?
Well, the space stations, I do feel, though, as they will eventually make it to the game. We've already seen models of it. They were left in the game files. People were able to import them into the game, so they are there. They are built. They're not in the files anymore, unfortunately, which kind of sucks, because it was kind of cool looking at those in Blender and all that. As far as racing goes, if you take the Xbox disc and put it into your Xbox with no updates, there is a version of the game that's kind of like Atlas Rises and Next. It's kind of a cross between the two. And it actually has a ship racing thing already in it where you can put out little markers that you can do ship races. But that never actually made it into the initial release of the game on Next. So I'm wondering if that is something that they may bring in now, but it might be tweaked a little bit from what it was before.
Yeah. Well, I mean, last year, I think it was in February of last year, maybe March, when the files got found for the new space stations. Everyone was all excited and pumped up. We thought it was going to be last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I made a video about it. I was showing it off, but I also said, look, guys, on the next release back in 2018, there was also leftover files for a ship customization. Yeah. There was like, you can do colors. It wasn't like full on like change out the wings, but it was at least for colors and things like that. And that never came out. So it feels like either they've been working on some of this stuff, they've had this idea bouncing around, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. So when it comes to like the ship racing, it could be something, yeah, they've been working on since Next, and they finally said, okay, we've kind of gone through it, we refined it, because it didn't work at first, and so we kind of just took it out and chucked it. But we've kind of slowly been working on it, and now we get it to a place that it can work out. So hopefully, yeah, we do see that. And I know, ship customization, I think it's 3 years running. Every update I say we're going to get ship customization. And I'm always wrong, but eventually I'll be right.
I actually found something from a viewer from a recent video. They were telling me about, what was it? Is this real? And there's a video about ship customization in a third-party setting. Not sure if you're familiar with Arcane Traveler, but I think him and like a team, or maybe he did it himself, had posted it in a way where you would go to a website, you would be on his Discord, and you would also be on the app to have your ship delivered. So the way it's configured is you can get all the parts you want, you can get all the colors you want, the decals and whatnot. And once that's set, it gives you a measurement of, okay, this is a 1 out of blah 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 chance to find this specific ship. And once that ship is found, then you'll go over to the Discord, the bot will tell you, okay, it's going to be found, it's going to be delivered at blah 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 if you have the ship coordinates, or you go to the space anomaly, it's delivered to you there. Now the caveat about that is you would have to be a contributor to that Discord, which means you're going to have to put on content consistently until you get the role of contributor. Then you'll get this special feature where you can then get a customized ship if you wanted to. But if you're a patron on Patreon, then you'll get a lot more perks and have that ship delivered to you no matter what, with more perks than the Discord one. So I put out a video whether or not it was real, and it's real. It's here. There is ship customization, but
that app or that site has actually been around for quite some time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It just, a lot of people just didn't know about it, but yeah, you can actually go and build your own ship based on, and I believe it's just they've found a way to manipulate the game file parts and segregate them so that you can pick and choose and put what you want. Like if you ever mess around with Blender and you use the No Man's Sky model viewer, you could pull in the procedural generation of each one of the ships, and let me tell you what, when you pull it in, it's a freaking mess because there's like over 10,000 pieces just all put together on top of each other for the ship. So, and then it just, that's how the procedural generation, I do believe it probably works, is it just picks one part from each category and then builds that ship when you spawn into the system.
So there are issues with it.
So
that's interesting.
But yeah. Well, yeah. Even just using that No Man's Sky model viewer, looking at how the models look and how they're built is actually pretty cool too. And that's all free software, obviously. You could download Blender, that's free. The No Man's Sky model viewer is on, I think where did that come from? I think it came from, was it Reddit? Was it on there? I don't remember. I got all the information from Dave UK, which was also, some of you may know as Manic Miners. But yeah, he does a lot of 3D printing.
Yeah, it just kind of blew my mind seeing it. Like, oh my god, this has been out for a year, and no one's talked about it. So from that aspect of it, of this third-party feature being in there, this isn't really hurting ship hunting, is it? Because it would have been a big issue with the community if it was, but since not too many people knew about it and it's been out for a while, it's not hurting ship hunting. So my question is, since this is here and it may come to No Man's Sky, for since the feature was put there by players, and Hello Games will be like, oh no, we'll go ahead and do that. The same way they kind of snuffed out glitching by giving a relaxed mode in the game, and the same way they started putting windows and freighters because players were glitching them into the legacy build. Where was I going with that? Yeah, I lost track after I was naming everything. But but I wanted to know whether or not. Oh, I remember. I wanted to know whether or not this is hurting the ship community, or the shipbuilding community. Shipbuilding? No, ship hunting. Sorry. Oh, I'm getting those mixed up. But yeah.
Well, I would say every time I bring up like ship customization, there's always a vocal group of people who say, "No, it would ruin my ship hunting." And I think there are ways to implement it that would make everyone not happy, but at least satisfied with it. So it's not too easy, but it's also not too difficult.
Right.
The thing that I would say is probably more of the limitation for Hello Games is how do you do that and make it work on a Switch or make it work on an Xbox One? Probably you'd be like, okay, this thing, it is such a mess on the behind the scenes, and in order to make it like work feasibly, you need a little bit of power and oomph behind it, and it's just not going to happen on a Switch. It's not going to happen on an Xbox One or a PS4, and that's where the game is. So, can we release an update that only hits certain platforms? I don't know. Like, community might be more mad about that. Like, how I only play on the PS4. Why don't I get it or whatever?
Right.
The same way the whole update happened for the experimental for Omega, and then it was kind of like pushed out to everyone else after that. That was a little bit of a controversy.
Yeah, a lot of people were upset with that. And at first I was like, okay, guys, we need to relax here because it's only the expedition. We don't even see the update is not out. It's just an expedition. They're testing it. Okay. I mean, I would prefer they test it beforehand. That way there's patches. They can run into. We had the problem with the ceiling light was just not that milestone.
Oh, that
was
was crazy.
Yeah, and so I would rather they do the experimental on that kind of thing to test it out, not realizing, because then a week later we got the update and it was like, yeah, that's like 90% of the update. Awesome, great.
Yeah, I think the main reason why I do believe that they wanted to test it on experimental was because of the whole kiosk thing of taking your existing save into the expedition and then being able to bring it back. And I think that's the main reason why they wanted to test it in experimental. Not so much just to give PC players a upfront on what the expedition is, but because that kiosk was the whole thing. So
yeah, and it was a cool experiment because I don't know about you guys, but I ran through it with my old save. And I ran through it with a new save to see the differences. And it was kind of cool to see that they treated a new save like you've never been to the anomaly. So they would actually make you do the guide to like walk through versus if you use an old save, they just skip all of it. You just talk to Nada and you're done. And that was kind of interesting, the way they put small little differences in there to help you out, knowing that, oh, you're a brand new player or you've already done this, so don't worry about it. But it worked the same. Like it was like the ceiling light, it was broken on both. So it was something that was just built into it versus, oh, it's only happening on a pre-existing save versus a new save or vice versa.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but yeah, that when the update actually came out and we realized, oh, that's basically, they literally just pushed the full update out before, on the experimental because people were getting dreadnoughts beforehand. They didn't announce anything. They just said, hey, we're testing out the expedition. But it was basically the full update. That was more like, all right, now I understand that. That's kind of like, oh.
Well, there are some other things that did come with the update too. One of them, as to which I have not physically seen yet or been able to activate yet, and that is that we are supposed to be able to run missions from planetary NPCs.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with that too.
So on my legacy save, I've already done everything on that save. So I've been going to minor settlements, talking to NPCs, and I'm still getting standard dialogue from them. So I'm not even, let's see, archives. I've went there too. I'm not exactly sure where we get
Have you
these
tried
NPCs.
to use a new save and see if there's any difference there between your old legacy save and a new one?
I've got new saves as well that I've been playing, and I'm still getting the same kind of dialogue.
I wonder, because I've been playing on PC and I've been able to do that. Like I've ran through and I've done that yet right now. Like you go to an observatory and if there's an alien there, you can just talk to them and they give you a mission.
Oh,
So I
have had some standard missions. There's like one where a Viking at a minor settlement wants you to go out and get star bramble and then bring it back to him, and then he gives you a seed and he wants you to plant the star bramble right there at the minor settlement. I've done those ones, but I'm believing that from what they showed in the patch notes that it's supposed to be actual like missions like you would get on the space station. Like he wants you to go take out a sentinel pillar or something.
Yeah, well, I would actually, because I've run into them. I would compare them mostly to the autophage missions, where you go talk to an autophage, and then they say, "Hey, go collect this material, get 500 copper or whatever," and you bring it back, and then they give you one standing and then some random object. You know, you'll get units or you'll get, and so I've run into that. That's what it is.
Those ones.
Yeah.
Well, no, because it says native. It says native NPCs to that system will give you missions.
Well, they make it sound very fancy, but it's literally that same scenario, but it's more of a, like if you're in a Korvax system, they'll ask you to go find a Korvax cube. That's what they mean by native.
Yeah. No, yeah, well, I get that, but that's what I'm saying is that I have not ran into any of those particular missions.
And that's why I was asking if it was just a legacy save or maybe it's just, what platform are you on?
Well, I'm on PlayStation 5, but I do play on all platforms.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been playing on PC and I didn't have any issues with that. I found it pretty quickly. So I wonder if it's just, because I have a save that's, well, I used to have an old save. Now I have a new save. But I do have, like, I've been playing on PC for a while. I did go back on my Xbox. I had I've been hearing over the past like month or so, everyone has been telling me that the Xbox version has been really like broken.
Yeah.
And so they kept saying that. And finally, yesterday, it came up again. And I said, okay, I'm going to jump in because I have my Xbox. I'm just going to play it. And I did a speed run in the Expedition on the Xbox, front to back, all objectives, even the optional ones, and finished it. And I was like, okay. And so it's not the Xbox version. It's probably a save. And I mean, I don't know how you, as a Hello Games, I don't know what goes into a save and how it affects it, but I've heard that as well. If the older save you have, you visited one planet on a full moon on a Tuesday in April, and now your save is just jacked up. And it's like, okay, how?
You're also on the Series S, correct?
X, yes.
All right, X, yeah. So I think that some of it is a Series S. Just real quick. So I was looking through where it says about the new planetary missions. So in this photo here, they show a Viking, and the way it comes up is the same way like the autophage missions would come up, where it says, mission summary, collect 170 copper, request enforcer, Watchong or whatever, and then he's going to give you a exosuit upgrade chart. So they actually show like the mission details like they would if you were talking to the autophage, and that's what I'm saying. I haven't seen that interaction yet.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So I don't understand why it wouldn't work for you, but it works for me. For both playing on PC, that's the only thing I can think of is if you have a legacy save and again you had some random occurrence, some random like bit of code, or you visited something or did something 5 years ago, it would affect it. I have no idea.
Yeah, interesting.
I got to
play around with that a little bit more.
Same.
Yeah,
because I even took a star chart that showed me where an outpost was, because I immediately wanted to show that during the experimental mode, and there was nothing. I got zilch.
Yeah.
So jumping
And
in with a new save, it might be the way to go then.
yeah, well, and then that's the kind of crappy, like really crappy part about it, because it's been a problem forever. Is that sometimes if you have a legacy save, an old save from original No Man's Sky or a previous version, next or whatever, Atlas Rises, it's gonna be broken in some way, and it's like, why? And it's a continual problem. So there's obviously something built into the save system that just ruins future content, which sucks.
I wonder if it's like memory issues, because that file is so big, it's done so much that it's just too big. It's having like memory leaks. It can't really keep up with it.
Yeah, it could very well be. Yeah.
So another thing that got added too is let's not forget about of course you have to start a new save. The Mark of the Denier.
Oh
yes.
yeah.
Yeah. There's really nothing fancy with it other than it's a new title that you get to have in your suit. But
yeah. Well, and they mentioned that they've changed the Atlas Station Path mission set. And I'm running through that right now. I have a brand new save going just to see the differences, and it feels like it's the same. They've renamed some of the seeds a little bit, but that's it.
It is the same. The only thing that's different is at the very end. So at the very end, if you choose to birth a new star, then you'll get the star seed. But if you choose to walk away and deny the Atlas, that's when you get the Mark of the Denier.
Okay.
And all it is in order to go back and see the Atlas and upload discoveries, you have to go out, scan a bunch of stuff, and it fills up the Mark of the Denier with nanites. And then you go to the Atlas and just present your discoveries to the Atlas. The only problem is that it doesn't deplete the Mark of the Denier. So you can still continuously just go to the Atlas, upload any discoveries to the Atlas. So whether you choose the Mark of the Denier or you choose to birth a new star, there is no real repercussion based on what you go. Yeah, not yet. I feel that there's more to come with the Mark of the Denier. We just don't see it yet.
Yeah, I hope so. It feels like I say that a lot, and then Hello Games, I love them to death, but they'll throw out something like the mech, for instance. We got the mech and it was awesome, but it felt incomplete. You're like, okay, I can't really do a lot with this. And then like 2 years later, they add in the AI parts, and you're like, okay, I mean, that's cool, but I totally forgot about the mech. What are you doing to me here?
They need to do so much more with the exocrafts and the mech.
I really hope they have a future, like an update that's focused on the exocrafts, because they went back, they fixed, like they revamped them a little bit. It used to be you didn't need hazard protection. Now you do, except for the mech has, the all-in-one.
Right.
So they kind of went through, but I want them to go back and do an actual, like a focused on update instead of just an additional, like, oh, here's another thing we kind of threw in addition to the actual update.
Right.
They do need something new.
Yeah.
Like
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Like I was thinking with the mech, maybe put in a module that only suits it for that environment, and you can't have that module, so you have to use that exocraft to do it.
Yeah. Well, or make them. I mean, they are very useful. Like going back and because after you play for a while, you realize I don't need a mech. I can actually just do a jetpack jump faster than that.
Mm-hmm.
But going back and playing, like we do some like challenge modes where we do like a fugitive run or we do a stranded run, where you're forced like through the your own internal rules to use these things. And going back and playing with it, you realize, oh, I'm missing out on like the radar. I can scan for different things, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
It's kind of a good perk. Yeah. Or realizing that the scanner on, I believe it's on the rover, will mark graves by default, which is insane. I was like, wait a minute, what? I didn't know that.
Yep.
And so I wish they would do something to kind of focus your attention on that. Like they have the exocraft table whenever you do your base building, but a lot of people skip all of that stuff. It's not till the end of your whole like base building missions, and so people don't even get that far.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, and the exomech, if you don't have any distress maps, it will actually mark crash ships
Yeah.
on planets, and the sub will mark underwater crash ships or freighters.
That I've been using a lot.
Yeah, well, and it's those things that people don't they don't get that deep into it, so they don't see it. And I mean, and to be fair, there are a million ways to do it, and I think that's the beauty, but also the detriment to No Man's Sky. You know, a lot of people complain about the food in No Man's Sky. They say, well, there's no reason to, and it's like, well, some foods give you a bonus, yeah, but most of what people see is, oh, it just recharges your life support, so screw that, I have life support gel. They don't actually dig in deep enough.
Yeah,
and so, yeah.
Yeah, especially with the new one they just added, you know, the herbal crunchy. A little bit of nip in your cookie.
You can mix so many things with the biscuits.
Yes.
Like, that drove me nuts during the expedition. Because I made the biscuits and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm done. And it's like, no, you need to go get more ingredients. I'm like, what are you talking about? It took me 6 times to figure out, oh, I can add gaga berries to it. Oh, I can add nip buds to it. And yeah, that drove me nuts, man.
Yeah, yeah. I swear, I fed Kronos about 10 of those herbal crunchies, and his eyes got redder. I swear.
He just starts giving out nanites like crazy. Hey, man, here's some nanites.
He was on cloud 9.
But yeah, so I really love that they try to make it not a requirement for everything in the game. Like, there's so many cool additions to the game that people won't even notice, or some people don't even care about. There's lots of base building parts that they put in there that you're not required to use. Pets. There's no reason to get a pet, or there's no requirement to, but there are. You can ride them, you can use them, but people don't know. They don't care about it because they didn't, or, you know, they wanted a pet and now they know. And so I like that, but also it feels like it's a wasted potential because they put all this work into stuff and people won't see it because I don't use any pets, or I don't care about living ships, or I don't use any exocraft or whatever. I don't eat food.
One of the great things about pets, well, there's a couple of great things about pets. Number one, you got to go down a steep hill and you don't want to die. Ride your pet, you won't fall.
You lost me at don't want to die. I'm constantly dying.
Same thing with going uphill. Ride the pet, you won't fall.
Oh man, they go so fast uphill.
Yeah, they do. And then also, if you're being attacked by sentinels and you don't want to die, get on a pet because they won't shoot.
I didn't know that. Yeah, see, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love that.
Yeah, they won't shoot because they're programmed not to, you know, kill the fauna. So
yeah,
they won't shoot you.
See, and all this talk, I love all this, but I truly feel like this is going to be not the final year for No Man's Sky, but I think this is going to be the last year they really focus on it and put in a lot of work on the updates. I think we're still going to get updates. We're going to get expeditions going forward, but they're not going to be as substantial as we're going to see probably this year.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that they give us the ability to run any expedition once this one is over through that kiosk.
I would hope so, because I mean, the way they frame it is you're playing a memory, like you're Leto, and so theoretically they could just say, well, you can just fire up another memory. You can fire up the Pioneer memory or the whatever memory and play it again. That would be awesome, and I would love that. That's
what I'm hoping for, especially for, you know, as I said before, the Switch players. They didn't get, you know, Expedition 1 through 4. I think it was 1 through 4.
Yeah.
So that would be really, really cool if they could do that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, other people that came into the game, say during Omega, they bought it because they played the free weekend and they got Omega. Well, now there's 11 other expeditions that they weren't able to experience. You know, maybe they'll be able to run it through that kiosk.
Yeah.
I hope so.
And the difficult part, and I'm guilty of this as well. Most people don't consider an expedition a quote unquote update because it's not work. You're just, you know, running missions. Where they literally are picking the planetary, you know, the planets you start on, the rendezvous points. So there's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of thoughts of, oh, we need to make sure that one of the milestones is you have to pick up nip buds, for instance.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure is a system nearby, or there's a way to get nip. And so they're actually working hard on that. And so if you make the missions replayable, how do you do that? Like, do you pick generic systems and hope that it works out, or do you manually set them? And then if you manually set them, then after a week, everyone's going to have everything marked. And I know a lot of people get complaining of, there's too many comm stations here. Now I can't even see where to go, or my game crashes because I have, there's just a billion comm stations around the rendezvous.
Unless the replay, I don't know, unless the replayability of the expedition will be a solo experience, maybe? I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know how they would be able to do that.
Yeah. Well, and one, I when we talked about this in one of my streams, I think the great way that they came up with a smart way, and I can't remember who mentioned it. They just said, well, what if once a month they went through and they reset only those systems? Every rendezvous system gets reset once a month. So it's always, when you go replay the Pioneer expedition, for instance, it's always the same set. It's always the same rendezvous, but after a month, everything gets cleaned off, cleared out. The memory is erased, essentially. That way there's no more comm balls. And so, yeah, the first month, the second month, it's going to be crazy because everyone's going to be replaying it because they didn't get it before. Well, but after a while, yeah, once you clear it out, people will stop putting back down those comm balls.
It's a good point because if you notice, too, as many times as you've ran the expedition, comm balls have disappeared.
Yeah.
After so long, they're gone. They're not there anymore at the POIs. So it makes me wonder if they actually do go through and scrub some of those every once in a while.
I hope so. I mean, and you would think they would have to, because if hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, maybe even 1 million people, depending on all the platforms, are placing down a comm ball, it's going to get ridiculous for the servers at minimum.
Oh, yeah.
Every time, man. Touchdown, there's like 15 of them in one spot, and sometimes they have good messages, and then sometimes it's just something I don't want to see on screen.
Yep.
I love it when you get the slurs on stream. You're like, oh, great, thank you.
Demonetized.
Yeah.
Yep. Didn't want to see that.
Yeah. So I really do think that because it feels like they put in the difficulty settings, all the adjustment settings, the accessibility settings for the 4.0 update, but then they didn't go back and refine it or change it. So like now, whenever we do a challenge mode and we set everything to the extreme, you kind of see the game start to break because it was never meant to play on that difficulty. It's a custom difficulty. And so when you adjust some settings, all of a sudden the game doesn't know what to do. Like for combat, for instance, if you set it to the extreme, sometimes if you get caught by the sentinels, they just never stop. You never get a timer. You have to literally quit out and restart to kind of reset the game back to a normal setting. So I feel like they need to go back through and kind of modify that and play test it more for custom settings, but also add in, hey, turn off comm balls. Let me turn them off or turn them on.
Yeah,
or
that would be nice.
Yeah, something like that. That would be amazing. Give us more ability to not control maybe the game itself. Maybe there's some settings you don't want to let us do, but let us turn off base markers or comm balls, or maybe you make it to where it only lets you have 10, or you set a limit to it. Like, oh, I only want to see 10 per planet or whatever.
Yeah, that would definitely be nice to have the ability to disable comm balls.
Yeah.
Yeah. A slider would be nice. Just boop.
Yeah. Yeah. A slider would be perfect. Just say, hey, give me 10, or, I don't know how you would do it, but make it to where you can only place so many comm balls in a certain area. That way you don't land and see a sea of like 50 or 100 comm balls. You're like, oh my God.
Because they were able to do that for one expedition, but I think it's because they turned off base building in certain spots. And then they just kind of went back to the way things were after that. I'm like, why? It was...
Well, yeah, what they did was bases are not visible to other players at POIs. So if you've went to like the archives where one of the rendezvous where you've seen like maybe 3 or 4 base computers sitting there but nothing's built, that's because it's not viewable to any other players except for the player who built the base.
Yeah.
Same thing with the portals. So any POI, you're not going to see the person's base on top of the POI. you'll see the computer, just no structures built.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and I also think there's a part of it that they are using No Man's Sky as a testing bed for Light No Fire. And so I think that there's some things that you'll see in one expedition and never again. You're like, why? And I think it's one of those, we tested it out and either it worked or it didn't work or it broke the game on, the Xbox Series X. So we're not going to go forward with it. But now we know we can adjust it or tweak it a little bit to make it work or not work. And we just leave it out of Light No Fire.
Yeah.
Right.
I truly... I had that suspicion for a while. I was like, okay, why are this weird things that, and at the time we didn't know what game they were making. We just knew that they were making a game. And I kept saying, look, these things are popping up in the expedition. I think they're testing it out for their new game, whatever that happens to be. Like when we have the expeditions where everyone has to make a base on one planet. I was like, all right, has to be testing the servers, because if there's a million bases on this planet, it's gonna kill everything. And then we don't get it again. And so at the time I was like, okay, they're testing it out, there's something going on. And then we had the update where we get staffs, and I'm like, what the this is not even a okay, this has to be something for the next game. What staffs has nothing to do with No Man's Sky whatsoever. All right.
I was so happy to have that though. It was so cool.
If you notice too, a lot of the auto pages are carrying staffs around now too.
Yeah. Well, and the thing that bothers me, and it is such a weird quirk, I know it's stupid, but when you fire a staff, you hold it like a rifle, and it's so frustrating. It's like, no, there's no like underneath, handle on a staff. Why do you hold it like that? The animation's wrong, and it pisses me off because I play in third person. I'm like, why? Why do you do that?
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, so I do think that, and I think this is all speculation, who knows, but I think it's a combination of they're testing out things in No Man's Sky to see, number one, whether it works or not, or if it breaks different versions of the game, whether you're on PlayStation, Xbox, whatever. But number two, if people are actually using it, interacting it, enjoying it, or if people are going to complain and say, wow, we hate this or that, and so they can take it out of, because I feel like there's also a point where once there's something in a game, you can't really remove it, because then people think you're stealing from them. You're taking away the thing. There's the 10 people who always use this thing. No one else uses it, but those 10 people are going to be very loud and think you ruined the game. You remove things from the... So instead, you test it in a game like No Man's Sky. And if people use it, awesome, we'll put it in there. But if not, okay, we don't put it in the future game, and no one will be the wiser because they've never played it, so they don't know if it's there or not.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I know going back to earlier, I thought that I still think that this year is going to be the last major year for updates for No Man's Sky. I do think that they're going to wait for the traditional summer update of like July, August, September-ish timeframe, where they're going to add in the big like space stations, for instance. I think that's a big update that they put in at the middle of the year, like summer update. I don't know whether it's because now we know that they've been working on another game and it's probably close to release, because they wouldn't tell us about it unless it was pretty close.
Yeah.
Close meaning a year or two. But it felt like we got the Echoes update in August of last year, which was a really big update. Added a whole bunch of stuff, amazing.
Right.
And then nothing. We got the replays, the expedition replays later than usual in December. And even then, they were only a week long, and it was all the expeditions for 2023, but they weren't as much as usual. And so we're like, okay, you know what? They're taking a little bit of a break because the next update is going to be huge. And then we get the Omega update in February, which is like 6 months later, and it's an update, it's content, but it's mostly an expedition and a new way to play expeditions. It's not the new space stations. It's not major content like compared to the Echo update. And so now I'm like, what in the world are they doing? Are they saving it all up for one major update? Or is it just because they're spread so thin now that they don't have enough time, or they don't have enough resources to make these massive updates anymore?
Maybe that's why they gave us the ability to own the pirate dreadnoughts.
Yeah.
Like, well, we know they want the space stations, but let's give them this big freighter first, and we'll see how they do with that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool having those, but I think some people probably won't because there's no variance in it other than being able to change the colors.
Yeah.
They're all the same, whereas your system traders, you have a variety of different types of system traders.
Oh yeah. Yeah, your Venators, your classics, your Sentinel ships, and now your Pirate Dreadnought.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's alright though.
And I think it's all good quality stuff that they're adding. It's felt like for the last 6 months it's been a waiting of, are they going to put something in there? And then they tease the space stations, and you're like, oh, that's coming. And then nope, not next. So is it going to be a summer update or what?
So I'm thinking they'd have to do it at a time where people are going to get really hyped up about it, and then once it's put in, it's going to be this extraordinary thing, but not to overhype it too much, to when they see it and then they find something that they don't like about it, they'll find something that they don't like, and then it's like, well, that flopped.
Well, there's always going to be stuff that people don't like.
Yeah.
Always. It doesn't matter.
No matter the update. I think the Echo update was one of the larger updates in recent years, and I was really excited about it. And I still had people commenting like, "Wow, this update is just such a letdown." And you're like, "What? Why? What is wrong with you?"
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is let's not forget every single content update has been completely 100% free.
Yeah. I always lean back on that. I'm like, look, you know what? It could be good, it could be bad. People get amped up about it, and I think that's half on Sean Murray and Hello Games. They don't give us a roadmap. They don't tell us what to expect. And so you just get an emoji and people get hyped up and they're like, oh, it's going to be a game changer. This is No Man's Sky 3.0, a whole different game. It's going to be like next generation. And then it comes out and it's an expedition with some cool, like a ship and some dreadnought stuff. And they're like, the worst game ever. I can't believe No Man's Sky is dying. And you're like, oh, okay, let's dial it back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
On one side of the spectrum or the other, it's never that nice medium.
No.
And then we get put into the fray too. It's like, well, we were expecting this news from you guys, and it's like, well, we're kind of expecting it too.
I wish. I don't know how many times people are like, oh, Sean Murray's talking to Jason, telling him stuff, and I'm like, I know sometimes it's joking, but I'm like, dude, I wish. Like, there's other companies that I talk to, and they let me, like, we'll get into a game early or play test a game. No Man's Sky is not, or Hello Games is not one of those companies. Mm-hmm. I know hours probably after most people, because I don't wake up till 7 a.m. and the update comes out at 6, and I'm like, oh God, I missed it by an hour.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Sean and the team, they're kind of leery about doing that, seeing as if you remember before the launch in 2016, somebody had actually got a hold of the game and started playing it early and just completely bombed it right from the start. And then, of course, when the release happened, it happened the way it did. But maybe that's why they're a little gun shy about doing that.
Yeah, and for $10,000, he got that game.
Yeah.
So, I think it's a combination of that, definitely. But I also think it's a combination of, like what we saw with the space stations. I think that they have a group of gals working on the game, and they have multiple different things that they're working on, different features, like the space station update. But maybe one of them is more close to being finished, so they're like, okay, that's the one. And so they're just going with, this is the next update, that's the next update, like before, because they're all kind of bringing it up together. Like, there's probably a version of No Man's Sky that has insane stuff internally, and they've been playing this version that has new space stations and a whole bunch of different stuff. Mm-hmm. But now they're like, okay, the space stations, they still feel off, so we're not gonna put that out yet. We're gonna put out the autophage thing first, or we're gonna do this one first. We're gonna do the Omega one where we do an expedition and we do dreadnoughts because the space stations aren't ready yet. Right. And so if you let someone play a game, like, if I guarantee you, if you would have let someone play the No Man's Sky version last summer, it might have been different, because they said, wow, actually, we thought we were doing the space stations, but that's not ready yet. We had it in the game files, we were ready to go, but we found some problems with it, so it's not really ready. We can't pull the trigger on that yet. Mm-hmm. But I played it, whatever, so it's like, oh God.
I'm wondering if the Switch may actually struggle with that space station, to be fair.
Dude.
It may.
When
One of
they
the
announced
things-
that, oh God.
One of the things that I've kind of noticed, and we've kind of dubbed a console exclusive because it's not on PC, is when we go near the space stations, there's which Typo 44 in my streams has pointed out, it reminds him of a movie back from 1970 called Dark Star. There were these they were called Phoenix asteroids, and they are just a variance of different color bubbles that are in space. Well, on console versions near the space station, we have a plethora of these bubbles. And I don't think they're supposed to be there because when you go through them and turn, it drops the frame rates like you wouldn't believe. And they're not there on the PC version, but they are there on PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch. And the Switch, oh boy, it's like freeze frame.
Does it light on fire?
No, it doesn't light on fire, but it is like a freeze frame.
Yeah.
I just recently wrapped up my my videos of the Switch playthrough of the Omega Expedition, which unfortunately we're waiting on an update to actually be able to complete the expedition on a new save. Because when you go to claim the Starborn Runner, you get soft locked. So everything around you still moves, but you cannot like exit out of anything. You can't do anything. It soft locks the game.
I mean, it's not the same issue we just had on PC that was just fixed, and now it's on Switch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's on PlayStation as well. I think it's on all consoles. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. I've had a few people comment about it.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's the problem that I think they're running into, and that's why another reason why I'm so thankful that they are hiring up more people, and hopefully they hire not just one person or two people. They need a solid group of people to join Hello Games, because there's things where it's like I'm playing on PC, no problem. Okay, the PC version, and so you can kind of guess and feel this is the version they tested, and then they just kind of slapped the patch on the other versions and hope it would work. Push it out there, and then it broke the Switch version, or it broke the Xbox version, and you're like, oh my, why didn't you test all of it? And it's because we probably don't have enough people. They're like, look, we got 15 people. What do you want us to do? We have to focus on one because we don't have enough time, or else it would take us years to push out updates.
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy in the chat there mentioned about when somebody would go to his base that has all the biodomes, their game would almost halt. And that has been an issue since the very beginning of the biodomes. The glass takes up so much memory. It's insane. All them glass biodomes will literally crash a game on a maybe a smaller machine.
Yeah. Well,
it's insane.
Do you think that's I'm always speculating and always guessing about why they are making Light No Fire like it's a medieval like a fantasy. Do you think that's why they're like, hey, there's no glass here, guys, don't worry about it? So we're removing that part.
Could be.
Oh, I mean, there are something I can't wait to jump in and look at that game and see the adjustments they've made, because it looks like either it is the same engine or a modified version of the engine for No Man's Sky, the procedural generation, all that. The flora is the same. You can kind of see the not copy and paste, but you see that they've used the same assets. So it really will be interesting to see, like, okay, they've had 8 years, probably by the time Light No Fire comes out, of testing No Man's Sky, seeing what works, what doesn't work. I'm sure there's some things they were like, look, we built this game in 2015, 2014, thinking we needed this thing, and it's like a foundation of the game, and we can't get rid of it because it'll break everything else, but we never use it, and it's just a patchwork. We've been trying to get rid of this thing forever, and it just won't die. We can just leave it out of Light No Fire, and it'll be so nice.
Yeah.
I'm still wondering about the multiplayer factor for Light No Fire. Having a ton of people in all at one time, because we've seen that not work in No Man's Sky, but maybe they're trying something new with Light No Fire to make it so that there's a ton of people there.
Well, you can still play it offline. You can still play single player. It's going to be just like No Man's Sky. You can play multiplayer or single player.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that is, a lot of people are like, oh man, it's gonna be like 100 people. I'm like, guys, no, this is the people who make No Man's Sky. It's gonna be No Man's Sky multiplayer. You flip it on, and there's gonna be an instance, for so much distance around you. It's not gonna show you the entire planet. It's gonna say, okay, for 300 feet around you, we'll pop in different players in your instance, and it'll be 20 or 30 people at the most, maybe 40, but I doubt it. If No Man's Sky can't hit over 20 people right now, but it'll feel busy if you're in a busy area. But you turn on multiplayer and you're in an area that no one's been in, because that map, that globe is so massive.
Mm-hmm.
You turn it on and you're not going to notice a difference. It's going to be like, okay, nothing happened. Well, no, yeah, because no one's there.
I was say, didn't they say it's almost to the scale of Earth itself?
Yeah.
Yeah, they said it's supposed to be a 1-to-1, and
so if it's that big, I mean, yeah, it's possible with multiplayer that you may run into other people, but it may take a little bit of time before you run into them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
I think they're gonna, if it's same, engine things of No Man's Sky, I think that they're gonna have like a traversal system that's similar to portals. Maybe there's a magical a portal that you can walk through and teleport to a different portal in a location, and I think that people are going to build up, just like in No Man's Sky. We have communities, we have systems that are just built up. Everyone builds there, everyone goes there.
right.
I can't wait for that. I mean, you're talking about going to either one of the best communities that does this, then the community that does that, and it just, do you know about this city? Do you know about this city? I heard about this village over here, and that's what I'm waiting for.
And that's what I'm waiting for, but I'm also scared because, like in No Man's Sky, they have a base limit, a base piece limit, and even then, you go into someone's massive base, and the frame rate just dies, and you're like, it loads half the base, and how are they going to handle that? Like, because people are going to try to make a community, and it's one planet, so everyone's going to build this big city or whatever you have over there with thousands and thousands of pieces. Are you gonna be able to handle that? I don't even know.
I wonder if they'll run their multiplayer the same way they run the multiplayer in No Man's Sky, which is actually through that third-party service, the Microsoft Azure.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even really Hello Games that is running the multiplayer aspect of the game. It's all done through a cloud-based server, which could very well be why we see so many issues with multiplayer.
It could be, and that might be one of the things where they said, yeah, we signed a contract, and so we have like 5 years with this. But nothing says that about our new game, so never mind on that.
I wonder if they put it on a shard, would they have to cut down on the quality of the game?
It could be. I mean, maybe they're building it. It could be that they're building it with that in mind. They're like, look, it has different levels of texture, not pop in, but reset. So you basically get lower res stuff the larger and the more complicated it gets. But I mean, there'd be a certain point where, like, a huge build, like 100 people building a big city or a town on their own, all of a sudden it looks like 64-bit, like Minecraft. I wouldn't want that.
It's just a bunch of blocks.
Yeah,
little pixels.
just squared. Yeah.
Oh man. What mounts are you guys gonna pick in the game?
The hummingbird, of course. The blue, or hopefully I get a purple one. I want a purple hummingbird. Yes.
Yeah, it's got to be a flyer. Fastest way to get around.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was the one thing I really appreciated, because a lot of people, when that trailer came out in December, they said, "Oh, this is not real gameplay. There's no way it can be." And I said, "Well, number one, it doesn't look mind blowing. It's not like some it's photorealistic thing." So I would believe them. And yes, they're going to choose the ideal scenario. They're going to have, we've ran through this area multiple times. That way the draw distance is good. But even then, when you see them get on the mountain as he's flying on his dragon, you see the popping, and I was like, that's the No Man's Sky I know. I love it. Give me that popping.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, it did say, obviously, it was, take it at what it is, but it did say at the bottom of that trailer, actual gameplay footage.
Oh yeah,
So,
and I wouldn't doubt it for a second, because again, every trailer that they put out for No Man's Sky, does it look extra pretty? Absolutely. Are they playing it on PC? They're not doing they're not going to show you the Switch version because it's low res and 30 frames.
Mhm.
They're going to show you the PC version on the beefiest graphics card they can possibly muster. They're going to go through, when they record that footage, they're going to go through the area a couple times to make sure everything's loaded in. That way there's as little pop in as possible.
Right.
But it's
Right.
going to be gameplay, yeah. And that's why I appreciated when I saw that, because at first I was like, man, this underwater looks really, really good. Is this actually real or did they fake this? Because this is way too good. And then he jumps on the mount, the player jumps on the mount, and you fly through and you see the pop and you're like, all right, yep, that's it. That's real.
Always with the gameplay. I know we can swim in No Man's Sky. I don't know why I was going to say something else, but the swimming seems so different in Light No Fire than No Man's Sky. We still get the swimming animation, and there's differences in
Yes.
animated swimming. I was like, oh, do we get to learn like new techniques for swimming? Is it named or stuff like that? But no, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Well, it looked like it was player based, so there's different models. So the human might swim different than another animal character. But I think, to me, that was like the big standout. Like, everyone has been asking for this in No Man's Sky forever, and they have it. They know how to do it. Obviously, it's here.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the limitation? Is it because No Man's Sky is just because it's running on older systems, they can't do it? Maybe the older systems can't handle the animation or the amount of stuff underwater? I don't know, but it's possible. You can do it. It's just we're not getting it for No Man's Sky for whatever reason. Who knows?
Right.
And dude, sea monsters. I'm expecting sea monsters. I'm gonna say that right now.
That would be cool.
Because we have vast oceans in No Man's Sky on Earth-likes and maybe some other biomes, but it's deep enough to the point where something can be there, but there's nothing there. And
Yeah.
And even what is there doesn't attack you. See, early game we used to have sharks in the water that they would attack you. They were
Mhm.
hostile when you got in the water. They got rid of those. They're no longer hostile.
yeah.
Then they brought in the alluring specimen.
I
the
was gonna
Halo.
say, Moose.
Halo.
Let me introduce you to
No,
the
they
alluring
don't.
specimen.
They don't damage you anymore.
Oh,
Did it not
what?
damage you?
Nope. They swim right through you. You can just stand there and they just swim right through. The most they do is annoy the heck out of you with their screech. That's it.
That's upsetting.
Other than that, yeah, they don't damage you any. The only thing that does damage you is they did bring back one of the actual fauna jellyfish from early game. If that crashes into you, it will damage you. And then they also have the glowing jellyfish when you destroy underwater flora. Those will damage you as well. But yeah, I was kind of upset that the Halo fish didn't damage you anymore.
Oh
Dang it.
yeah, I missed the
And
predators.
yeah, Steve is saying that there is a giant octopus in the trailer for Light No Fire. So hey, I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take the giant octopus or a kraken.
Yeah. Well, and they said Sean was saying it's going to be very similar. He didn't say exactly 1-to-1 to an Earth size, but Earth-sized kind of a planet. So I'm hoping for really deep oceans. Like, they're deep in No Man's Sky, but they're not that deep. Like, I want to go to the point where it's like you can't reach the bottom unless you have some kind of an air addition or something like that. It gets so deep you can't even see. It's so dark. You have to have some kind of magic light.
Maybe
That's
you need
what
to
I
be in
want.
like a submarine, otherwise it'll crush you.
Yeah.
Build some wooden submarine.
I mean, it being medieval times, you would have to throw in that Beowulf lore where it's like, okay, you have 3 hours of oxygen.
Yes. Well, and I do think that, I mean, who knows? We got little snippets of the gameplay, like the HUD and everything in the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that because you don't have life support, you can't just get a life support gel. I'm hoping that the food plays a bigger part in Light No Fire, to where, okay, if you eat this food, maybe you can breathe underwater, or if you eat that food, you get more of like a hard outer shell, so you get more armor on you, or something like that. That would be really cool. So there's a reason to cook.
Yes.
Yeah.
Status effects.
Yeah. Give us more. Like, there are some, like, you get more jetpack, in No Man's Sky, but I want more variety, especially knowing that that's going to probably be the way to get your health back.
Well, see, there you go,
Exactly.
Jason. That's the next challenge. I've done it myself a little bit. No Man's Sky permadeath, but only using food to survive.
Oh, see, you know what the secret to that is? Just get a whole bunch of honey.
Well,
You can stack honey up to 100 in your inventory, and you're good forever.
Oh man.
yeah, you gotta land on that planet first.
Yeah,
Oh, that is true. You got to find it.
Yeah.
I never thought about that doing in a permadeath run. Just gathering food to stay
But yeah,
alive.
food only. So you got haplotoid wheat, which is just about everywhere, which will recharge your hazard protection. And then you just find whatever else is there, like strawberries or the beans.
I was
sweet
really
berry.
hoping when they changed up the difficulty settings, they gave us the whole menu for it. I was
Yeah.
hoping that survival would turn into that, like not being the middle ground between normal and permadeath. I thought
Right.
survival was going to flip to be the hardest one and make it a requirement. Like you can use life support, but it doesn't fill your hunger meter. So you still have to
Yeah.
eat. That would be amazing.
Oh man, that hunger meter. And like in other games, it's pretty cake, and in other games, it's super hard. You're like, okay, I just ate. Now half the bar is gone, and I need more food because I only have one thing of food left.
Yeah.
Dude.
Well, I appreciate that. Like for me, I like the bonus versus the punishment. So like in Valheim, for instance, same thing. You start out with 25 health, and that's it. You don't need to eat. If you never eat in the game, you'll never die. But if you eat food, you actually get a bonus. It actually helps you versus hurts you. So there's an incentive to eat rather than I have to eat or else I'll die. I like
Right.
that aspect. I like that. So hopefully they keep that for like a Light No Fire. It's like, well, you have a base amount of health. You have like 25 health, and if you want to eat food, you get a buff, but also it increases like your life bar or whatever.
Yeah.
I would love that.
So kind of the same way that Valheim does it a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be one-to-one. Like Valheim, you have to eat stamina food and health food and magic food. If they just said, hey, look, this food, if you just, for instance, cook a fish. Cooking a fish gives you a little bit of health. But if you put fish with a jade pea or whatever, then it'll actually give you a little bit more stamina and magic or whatever. But you don't have to worry about that. It's fine.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, you guys, I'm thinking.
No, yeah, there's tons here. I mean, and there's tons they could do in No Man's Sky. Every time I think, okay, there's nothing else to do in No Man's Sky, they come out with something and you're like, oh my, really? I didn't even think about this, like the staff or a whole new race, the autophage. So I think the sky's the limit. And I think Sean has mentioned it multiple times in different in interviews. He just says, look, we love No Man's Sky and we're going to keep making stuff for it until we're bored of it. And there's unlimited. They have tons of ideas. And the only limitation they'll put on themselves is, okay, we're kind of bored doing this or we're not finding joy in it. So we're just going to move on. Because the game, I keep telling everyone, they could have just stopped working on No Man's Sky completely a year ago, 2 years ago, and it would have been a solid, great game. Everything... For me, everything since about 2020-ish has been the butter on top, the cherry on top. It was a finished game, in my own opinion. It was a finished game, and they're just adding more onto it now. They're just putting more and more and more. And I think to the detriment of the game, because after 2020, we started seeing the draw distance kind of get closer and closer because they have to pop in more and more items.
Yeah.
And so now I think the game is starting to get really top heavy to the point where it's like, all right, we're pushing this thing to the limit now.
One of the things I would like to see come in is having the NPCs at our bases actually walk around it.
Oh, yeah. Instead of just
that'd be
staying
kinda
static.
Yes.
Like I'm looking at one right now, and it's just like
Yes,
we're just-
exactly. You're looking at your little speck through the glass there, and you just just peering through the glass.
And it is so amazing. Like every once in a while, I'll go back to original release 2016 No Man's Sky, and you realize you go land on a space station, nobody walks around. There's one alien that sits at a desk, and you're like, wow, this is a whole different game. This feels the current No Man's Sky feels like a sequel to the original because there is so much that they've done to it.
And then you go on your freighter. There's NPCs walking around all over the place, eating your pilots. The pilots to your wing. I'm like, and then like I have a bar set up, so I'll walk into the bar sometimes, And then one of the random captains will be in there just behind the bar, and I make like a little joke like, "Hey, can you like give me something on the rocks?" And just stir me up something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just little encounters like that. Oh, you'll be walking in the hall, and there passes someone else that you saw on another deck. It's like, you're supposed to be in a frigate. What are you doing here?
Yeah. It just brings a little bit more life to the space, you know, just
Right.
having them walk around. Even though in some space stations and some settlements, and they keep walking into doors like they want to go through, but the door won't open. So you open it for them and let them out, and then they want to go back in, but the door won't open. It's like, well, I don't know what to do for you, bud. You know? I've had a few where they just kind of walk into the corners and just stand in a corner and just keep spinning around. It's like their walk path is just messed up, I guess. So, I
I don't know. It seems to be pretty lively here, but I mean, is it because the way that the hallway's built, and it's because there's that obstacle there that it doesn't register an NPC, but it'll register a player right away?
Could be.
I think they're just, you know, the NPCs on the freighter are kind of like assets that are already built into the pieces when you place them.
Yeah.
Their path is already drawn based on, you know, where your builds are. So.
Well, and I haven't played the Switch version enough. Do the NPCs act the same on the Switch version? Are they walking around like that on a freighter? Because I would imagine that's probably a big reason why they don't have settlements on the Switch, is because they're so full of people and you can build there.
I do believe they do walk around on the freighter. I'm trying to think the last time I was on a freighter if I've seen them. But yeah, I know there's no settlements. There are no settlements nor multiplayer on the Switch.
That was the biggest killer for me. I was excited for the Switch version because I was like, oh, I'll just, you know, the biggest thing was no cross save, so I can't bring over a save from another version, which we couldn't do anyway. But I was hoping maybe the Switch would be different because it was a later version of it, but still can't switch it over. So I can't bring over my main save from Xbox or PC or whatever. But then there's no multiplayer either, so it's like, okay, this is a solo experience that I have to start brand new.
Yeah.
And it's not even, doesn't have all the content. It doesn't have, so I was like, oh man, this just hurts.
That's kind of why I was hoping, you know, when they said Switch Edition, I was hoping that it was going to be a fresh, separate universe for the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which, you know, yeah, it's great that we can see other players' bases, but
not really, because then it crashes your game.
Exactly. Let's go to some massive builds with the Switch and let's see how well it holds up.
Get 6 frames per second.
So, but I think it would have been really cool to have a separate universe for the Switch, considering it wasn't going to be able to have multiplayer.
Yeah. And it feels like that might have been the idea originally, and then they said, look, we can't build everything up from the beginning again. We're already trying to cut out these pieces and make it make sense, you know, like no settlements. Well, how do you get trace of metal? Well, it'll just be a random event that pops up. That kind of thing. Yeah. And so I'm sure they looked at that and said, look, if we had another team, a Switch team, maybe we could do it, but we don't have a Switch team. We have a No Man's Sky team that works on all the platforms. So do what you can, patch it up. And maybe they're trying to set the foundations for a next Switch. Like, okay, the next one's going to have more power. And we know that if it runs on an original Switch, it'll run on the Switch 2 or Switch Pro or whatever it's called.
Right.
And it'll actually be 1080p, 60 frames, I'm hoping. At least, a minimum of 30 that doesn't dip down to 10 if you go to a base or something.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's... Go ahead.
Oh, I was looking at what Captain Steve has said, because I wish the frigates had a bridge. I'm like, I do too. Because when you go on there, you just mainly go on there to repair it, and then you just leave. But I would like to see like a full crew working on there. Maybe the captain's down at the main freighter doing something while everyone else is just kind of hanging out and working. Or just to see someone being lazy, just kicking their like feet up, and then like someone walks in and they just kind of like, stop what they're doing and then look like they're working.
Yeah.
Some little instant animation like that, like they get caught doing something they're not supposed to. But no, I like to see that every once in a while. It would give you a reason to come on to the frigates other than just, oh, you need repairs after an expedition.
Yeah. See, I hope, and I mean maybe it's a big hope, but I'm hoping that we see a big No Man's Sky update this summer, and it is a big one in like comparison to the next update or the Beyond update.
Mm-hmm.
Because before 2020, we weren't getting updates every couple of months. We were getting one per year, maybe one every 8 months, but they were huge. They were like a massive like update that actually changed a lot of stuff instead of just adding a little bit here and there. I'm hoping that number one, because it feels like they have less time or they're spread thin, so they can't add as much as they were currently. Like from 2020 until about 2022, it was like every update was pretty meaty. We got every couple of months, we were getting a big chunk. Like, holy cow, this is a whole big section of the game. And then it kind of started slowing down in 2023 to the point where it's like after the 4.0 update, then it was like, wow, now we have to add this and that. We have to make sure it works on this. We have to make sure it works on that. So it's going to be smaller and smaller. And so maybe they just like, look, we need to slow down. We have this other game we're doing too. And the few people we have left to do No Man's Sky, they're working hard, but they can't get everything done. When we do push it out, it has bugs in it. We can't play test it. So maybe settle down and say, hey, every 6 months or so, like maybe we don't get another update till July, but that July update is meaty. It's really good.
Like, man, I really can't wait for something like that. The space stations being different, it's going to take some time to get used to. And there's also the aspect, are they going to keep the Type A's with the Type B's? Or are they going to change all the Type A's to Type B's? The same way that they have the abandoned stations. So if they could have all that together, that'd be great. I wouldn't want to have the A stations gone. Because
I mean, that is something I have been thinking about as well. What if it's not every space station is the new overhaul? What if it's you have your abandoned ones, you have your outlaw stations, you have your regular old stations that are still current, like the current ones, but then there's a whole new subset of systems. We have maybe the dissonant systems, the corrupted systems. Those are the only ones with the special new space stations. Or maybe it's a brand new thing that we have to, it's a Void Mother system that has the new space stations in it because she's creating new systems. I have no idea.
yeah, we were talking about that earlier. So if the Void Mother is resembling herself, and we're expecting Corvex Prime to be in this one spot, you think it's going to be its own universe where we have Euclid, Hilbert, and Eisentam? Yeah. You think it's going to be in that aspect, or you think it's just going to be its own, like, tiny area? And by tiny area, I mean its own separate... How do I word this? Its own separate... I don't know.
What do you think, Moose? What do you think, Moose?
I don't know, really. I mean, it could be separate. Maybe not.
For me, I think that going back through all the cool stuff that we've speculated about and all the things that we've seen in No Man's Sky, I hope, realistically, I hope, a best case scenario, I should say, is that we get like brand new systems. So instead of having or I shouldn't say systems, planetary types. Instead of having just corrupted planets or poison planets, we get a new, maybe a void planet or something like that. Or that's like my top of the line. That's hopeful. Realistically, I think it'll just stay in the lore and we'll never see the Void Mother. It'll just be some weird thing that they talk about. Because years ago, we had the weekend missions actually had a storyline to them with Ariadne.
Yes.
And we saw all this stuff and we were all like, oh, we're going to see, because there's a whole nother dimension. Spoiler alert. There's a whole other dimension. That's why Ariadne is an imposter. But we didn't see any of that stuff. It didn't come into the game. It was all just storyline and we had to imagine it. And I think that's what they're going to go with. They're going to say, Corvex Prime, the Void Mother is back. And because she's back, we have this new planet or whatever. Or we won't even see a new planet. We'll just, the autophage will talk about it. And that's it.
Yeah, well, they kind of talk about it right now.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I mean. They'll just, when you visit them, they'll say, oh, yeah, the Void Mother is here. It's like, well, where?
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yep.
Just get these random encounters, and then just disoriented, you don't know where you are, and then just put back.
I would love something like that. Like for the expedition, they have it to where you go to the Atlas, and then instead of like leaving the Atlas, and the first time you meet it in the expedition, it just teleports you to the nearby planet, which is a cool idea. What if you meet one of the autophage, and then it just loads you into a weird planet that we've never seen before?
Right.
I would welcome
That'd be
that.
kind of cool.
Yeah. Because realistically, they could work that in. Because it would still be under the same line of code, but it would just be a different destination.
Yeah. Well, and the thing that they seem to have backed off of, and I again, it goes back to the whole "don't take away my things that I already have in No Man's Sky." They haven't done a galaxy reset since, I think, Next. Was it the last time they did it? Maybe it was a little after that.
I think it was Next, because that was when crossplay became available between Xbox and PlayStation and PC.
Yeah. So I would imagine that if they're gonna add in like major things, they would probably have to reset some part of the game, because if you're adding new assets, like a new planet or a new system or whatever, you'd have to kind of clear off and say, well, we need to make room for the new thing, just like they did with the extinct animals. And they kind of just said, okay, all those animals are gone, and they're still in your discoveries, but they don't exist anymore. We got rid of it. They're just deleted. So they would have to do something in the order of that if they're gonna add anything to it. That's why I think, rather than piss off like people who are base builders, like, oh, we built all these bases, now they're gone again, we did a galaxy reset. Instead, they'll just use it as lore. Like, oh, you'll talk to the autophage and they'll tell you about it. There's no destination. There's no way to visit the Void Mother. She's not actually in the game. It's just like a physical presence, just a lore. People talk about her.
Could be. Or you know, like we were saying, it could be a separate, you know, instance, just one, like, because you know how, like, when you go to the Atlas, like even during the expedition, when the first time you see the Atlas, and then it just warps you out of the Atlas station and onto a planet. So they could do something similar to that, where once you talk to the autopage that will give you access to that planet or whatnot, it just warps you out and then sends you there.
Or maybe they replace some of the Atlas stations with Void Mother stations.
I could do that too.
So you fly in, it looks different on the outside because they've done the outside of the space stations. We know they can convert that.
Or use the abandoned space stations.
Oh, you can do that as well. You can convert current assets that no one's really using, convert it to be a Void Mother area, make it purple or whatever color, green or whatever it is. So it looks similar to an Atlas station or an abandoned space station, but it's not. When you fly in, it's all different interior.
Maybe that's what maybe the abandoned space stations will be the new space station type Bs.
Could be.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
But I want to keep the old ones, though. I like the old abandoned ones.
Well, there might still be some old abandoned ones, too. Who knows? Yeah.
It's a scary thought, though.
I would say, I mean, who knows? My speculation, if they're going to do something like that, I would imagine they would do it to Atlas stations, because they're an addition. So it's easy to just convert that file and say, well, now instead of 100% of Atlas stations being this, we can say 50-50. So if you go into a system, you might run into an Atlas station, a traditional one, or a Void Mother station.
Maybe.
Because then you don't have to remove the, number one, the old stations, the abandoned stations, or because they're doing an overhaul and making brand new stations, they're type Bs, you don't have to worry about that at all. You can just say, no, don't worry about that. We're only going to change out the Atlas stations.
Yeah, typo. The pirate stations are actually abandoned stations. They were abandoned stations that are now pirate stations.
Okay.
Yeah. Or they could use the uninhabited systems to put the new space stations.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
Because there's nothing there.
Yeah, and it could be, and going along that line, it could be linked to the Void Mother. She's taking over these uninhabited station or uninhabited systems. Yeah.
Just flying into one of those it's kind of cool, but it feels a little empty. I mean,
Well, it is
obviously, it's
because no one's
abandoned.
ever been there.
But
You're the first one there. Well, the uninhabited ones are just like no one's ever been there. It's just
I don't know if that's true
discovered.
though, because you can go in an uninhabited or an abandoned system, and you still find trading outposts, and you're like, what?
I don't know. I can't say that I have. Every time I try to pop maps, it says you can't find anything. Local interference. When you go to a undiscovered system, it never lets you pop maps. I have had no luck popping maps there.
I'd have to go back and look. I think I've done it. Well, not popped a map per se, but I've done it. I've flown and seen it.
Abandoned systems, definitely.
Yeah,
You can find abandoned structures.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not sure if I have actually ever seen.
But that would be, I mean, and again, I think all this is going to be, do you think this is all going to be one update, or do you think it's going to be multiple different updates?
Well, it'll probably be multiple updates.
I have that same
They
feeling.
may, like Captain Steve said, this summer they may give us something huge, but then after that it'll all be like, Omega size or Expedition size updates.
Yeah.
So.
And I do think that. I think we're going to get probably an update in April sometime. That's the flow of things. I think right now, I mean, hopefully we get it sooner, but right now I'm thinking that we get space stations for a big summer update, but that space station is going to be in addition to other things, like the Echo update last year. It was like a whole bunch. We got a new race. We got all this stuff. It was like, oh, man, it's awesome. And so I think they'll do that, but we'll get like a medium to smallerish update comparatively in April, maybe even in June or July. We might have to wait through the summer. Maybe we'll just get an expedition.
Right. Yeah, as he just went to a unexplored system and tried to find a
no
trading
outpost
post.
found.
No outpost found. But like you said, Jason, you were flying over. Maybe it is there.
Yeah, it just doesn't come up. I don't even know.
It doesn't come up. Yeah,
maybe. I could have been drunk too, so who knows?
Yeah, but hey, that's possible too. We'll blame it on the pineapple pizza.
Oh God! Yes, pineapple pizza. Disgusting.
I don't know. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think that. I mean, all speculation. I don't talk to Sean Murray or anyone at Hello Games. I think that we're going to see some updates this year, but I also think we're going to see Light No Fire at the end of the year. And when that hits, I think we're going to see a change in whenever that does. If it comes out 2020 next year, I think that once Light No Fire comes out and releases to the public, I think we're going to see a shift in the updates for No Man's Sky.
Right.
I think that they're probably going to lean more heavily on the expeditions because they feel like, I mean, who knows, but it feels like those are easier to put together.
Yeah.
It's just, hey, line up some milestones, make sure you pick the planets that are good, that have all the items for the milestones, so it's easy, we can complete it, things like that. But it's not building assets, it's not doing that. You just basically have a couple guys go in and say, okay, here's the milestones for each phase, here's the planets that have all these items, and then we have our art, person making the new planet, or not the new planet, the new ship, like the Starborn Runner, or whatever it happens to be. Jason loves pineapple pizza. How dare you, chat? How dare you?
Typo brings up a good point, too. The Void Mother could have a home in the rim. So if you ever go to the edge of the galaxy, there are still stars out there that you can't go to. Still systems you cannot go to. So it's possible that maybe they could use those systems for new stuff for the Void Mother and the planets and stuff like that.
That's a cool idea. I like that. So instead of, like, we have our mission to go to the Galaxy Center.
Yeah.
But what if there's an additional one of go to the Void, and it's on the outer rim?
The outer edge. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That would be interesting. I like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've never actually been out that far. I've been pushed towards that spot, but I've never really looked there.
Yeah, you can go to like the furthest edge and then try to go to a star beyond that, and it won't let you choose any of those stars. And then if you just keep going, there's nothing. you're basically in the void. There's nothing there. There's no stars. There's just space, dust. That's it. So.
Oh, that sounds exciting. We got to do that.
Yeah, of course you can't physically fly there, but you could just kind of zoom your camera out through there. Be like, yep, look, I'm in the nothingness.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and going back to, like, we saw a racing kiosk on the space station.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we get a new ship type?
Would the Starboard Runner be that ship type?
Starborn Runner right now is classified as an exotic.
Well,
Yeah.
and going along those lines, Moose, I think it might be something similar like that. Like, we got the speeder,
Mm-hmm.
and that was classified as a fighter. But
Right.
you look at it, and now when you look at it, you're like, it's kind of a fighter, but it looks more in line with a Sentinel ship. And we got the speeder before the Sentinel ship, so maybe it's more of this model, this look is going to be the new racing type of ship. But
Could be.
the Starborn is classified as an exotic, but maybe the new ships will look similar to that.
Yeah.
Okay. The way I was thinking about it was the team ended up getting the idea from the game Wipeout on PlayStation.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that's what they were going for with the whole racing thing of having the Starboard Runner be that one racing ship. Or maybe they'll have multiple in for the next planned ship that they didn't show during the trailer.
It could be. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it feels like they're content with adding different types. They added a solar ship. They added the Sentinels, so the living ships. So adding a new type, it's not out of the ordinary. And it would be awesome to have a racing type. But what would that mean? Are they just faster? Do they have better maneuverability, and that's it?
I like the fact that they gave us the Phoenix Core.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. That was originally only available on the pre-order ship.
Yeah. Well, and that's one of the things I hope they do, because old school No Man's Sky players like you and me, Moose and Az, we know that haulers used to be the ship because they had the most inventory. You couldn't increase the inventory.
Yeah, but everything has the same now.
Yeah, now you can upgrade it all, and you kind of remove that specialty of the hauler. So I hope that we were bouncing around ideas to make ships more unique and adding custom things like the Vesper sails on a solar ship. You cannot remove it. You cannot put it on another ship. It's just locked in. I would love to see more unique things and put it on existing ships. Make it to where the Explorer, they have a better engine so they can go farther. And you can't remove it. You can't put it on another ship. It's all locked in on an Explorer. And the shuttle, it just is a trash can in there because it's a piece of garbage. And that's it.
hey, I got an awesome freaking shuttle.
I don't even think that exists, man. Moose, no.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
You should check it out. You should see how I whip through the skies, destroying all those pirates, taking out them freighters.
Oh, but yeah, something along those lines. Make them unique and make it to where it's not removable. So you have to, when you play with it, that's the reason why. You're like, oh, I always play with, an Explorer because it has the cool engine on it that lets us, or maybe the engine lets you go to any star by default. So you don't need the blue or the red, and you can just go to anything if you have an Explorer only. Something like that to make it unique and make it worth it. So it's like, because right now it's more like, you can upgrade every ship to basically be around the same. Yeah, you get a little bit more of a damage buff if you use a fighter, but when you get to the S class, you get all your upgrades. It's the difference between 1,000,000% and 500,000. Once you go past, 100,000, it's just over, OP. So it doesn't really make a difference. It does in the numbers, but in the gameplay, it's like, dude, you're doing way far more damage than you need to.
Right.
So it's just something to make it cool.
Yeah, they implemented subtle differences between the different types of ships. Like you get for explorers, you get a boost in the hyperdrive range. For the fighters, you get a boost in the damage. For shuttles, it's probably landing and takeoff. reduced cost in that.
Probably.
Um,
You just look terrible.
yeah.
That's the bonus you get.
Hauler's a bonus in the shield.
Yeah.
Capacity,
Well, yeah,
so.
and they exist, but I mean, yeah, at the same time, when you look at it, you're like, yeah, they exist on paper. The numbers are bigger, but like the same thing with multi-tools. Once you get beyond like 10, 20,000 damage, you're done. It's like you don't need that much more, but people can get up to 100,000 damage, 150,000 damage. It's like, okay. I mean, it's cool to have it. It's awesome it's bragging rights, but for the game itself, it's way beyond anything you'll ever need. And that's how I feel about the bonuses. It's like, okay, you have your shield on a hauler, but I mean, it's just over.
They really need to double down on the specialization of ships.
Yeah, I would hope so. I hope they have some kind of maybe a ship update or a ship overhaul, because they did that. They were teasing us. What expedition did they do the overhaul of what the explorers looked like?
That was it wasn't Pioneers. It was oh gosh darn it, Voyagers.
Was it Voyage? Yeah, I think it was Voyagers.
Voyagers.
Yeah, so that was part of the patch note. The update notes was, we went through and we refined the look of all the explorers, so they visually looked better, crisper, different, decals, things like that. And I was like, yes, go through and every update give us a new go through the fighters, go through the exotics. But they didn't. They just stopped. They said, explorers are done, and we're done. It's like, what? Wait a minute. You have other ones to do. What are you doing here?
Right.
Just see an ongoing trend of that. They'll have something really good, and then they'll just drop it.
Yeah. Well, and I do think that maybe it's like developer ADD, because it feels like they do have hints of that, and then they come back later. Like maybe it's more of, like for the living ships, for instance, they put out living ships. It was a nightmare to do. It takes a week to do unless you cheat it. And then when you get the ship, you're like, awesome, I'm going to No, you can't upgrade this? What? Wait a minute. I can't upgrade this thing? It uses unique parts. You cannot increase the inventory. This thing is garbage. And people just ignored it. And then like 2 years later, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna do all that. You can upgrade it now. And it's like, well, okay. Wait a minute. Why? For 2 years, you just let it sit? And so they go back and they do it. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this year and next year, they do a ship overhaul. They say, well, we went through all the explorers and fixed those. Now we're going to do all the other ones. And it's just going to be one update that fixes all the other ones. Kind of do the overhaul of the visuals. Maybe do custom parts for each one. That would be awesome. A unique piece, a unique upgrade. That would be cool. Because you see it in the solar. I don't know why. Whoever came up with that at Hello Games, I love you. But fight for it for everyone. Say, hey, fighters need a unique upgrade. Shuttles need a unique upgrade. Just like the solar does. Just like the Starborn Runner. Come on.
Right. Give it something that says that defines it from the rest of the ships.
Yeah, give it a reason for being called an explorer, other than, well, you get a few extra light years because the stats. No, give it an engine piece or an upgrade of some kind, whatever it is. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I am happy with the upgrades that they brought for the living ship. One of the biggest drawbacks, even after you could upgrade, get the melody eggs through space and add those upgrades, still the biggest drawback from it was it didn't have a conflict or an economy scanner. And that's what kind of stopped a lot of people from flying them. But then they added that in, and I think that brought a lot of people back into actually wanting to fly a living ship, or even have one for that matter.
Yeah. Well, and you kind of see that they learned their lesson from that. And again, I think this is more of them looking and seeing what works and what doesn't work. Because with the living ships, it was this whole big thing. It was cool that it was a unique mission to do, but the fact that there was 24-hour time stops in it, you were like, oh my, it's going to take me a week to do this? And then fast forward to Sentinel ships, and they're like, oh, no. Pick out the brain, do a scan. It takes you 2 minutes, you're done. And you're like, okay, it's a good in-between. It's not just here's another crash ship that you can just claim instantly, but it's also not it's going to take you a week-long living ship kind of scenario.
Oh, every time. Every time during a new save.
Dude, well, it was even worse for me. I deleted my save because I'm a genius. My main save that I already did all that on. And so I was like, oh, I'm gonna make lemonades out of lemon. I'm gonna do the living ship again and do a new guide. And in going through that again, I just remembered the hatred I have for those time limits. Because you're like, this is just like the Target Sweeper. I will go down on my deathbed saying it's the worst addition they've ever made to No Man's Sky. There's no reason other than we want to slow you down. That's the only reason.
And I point this out all the time to people. If you're flying in your ship and you have to go to the approximate location, rather than landing, if you hit left on your D-pad or you hit H on keyboard, if you look down in the lower left-hand corner, it actually shows you the distance to your target. So you can narrow it in with your ship before you actually land, and half the time you can get close enough to see, oh, there it is right there, and then just land. And you don't even have targets.
Yep, that's what I do. Every time I'm flying in, I will do a scan, and if I see a building, that's the one I'm landing on, because I'd say 75% of the time, that is the building that they want you to go to, but they mark, some, random distance.
Yeah.
But there's no benefit. Like, I try to think of like, okay, from a design perspective, what does this add? Is it more immersion?
Well,
no,
it does. It does help for, let's say, if you're on the planet, you're not flying around, you're just walking, and you're looking for star bramble, and you don't see any nearby. If you go to your catalog and you click on the star bramble, it will actually create a mission for you to locate it. And then you can then use your target sweep, and it will actually point you in the direction.
Oh yeah, and that part of it, I love that. But it's like saying, I want to drive everywhere, and then you realize I have to drive downstairs of my house. No, you don't have to drive. Why am I using my car in my house?
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. There's a time and a place to use the target sweep. Yeah. And rather than making us go away from our actual objective, just let us go straight to the objective. Use the target sweep for other things.
Well, and it's probably different for newer players, but there was a time in No Man's Sky where we didn't have a target sweep at all. And it would just say, oh, here's your objective, go to this building, and it marked the building. And we're like, and then they just took it away. You're like, no, why? Just to slow me down? Why?
Well, maybe make that a toggle too. You want to use the target sweep or you don't.
I would love it. I would love to make it. And I would turn it off even if they said, look, the downside is you don't get the target sweep for Star Bramble anymore either. Right, okay, right. I will give up that piece. I will give up the benefit to also get rid of the BS that is target sweep for a mission. Oh.
Don't get me wrong. Playing in no HUD, it made the living ship mission a lot easier.
That is another thing I would love for them to add, because I do like no HUD challenges as well.
Yeah.
And the problem you run into is they will mark the location in your HUD, and if you have no HUD, you're like, well, get bent, because you're never going to see it.
But if you go to space, your ship will lock onto it.
Yeah. Well, if you know kind of where the planet is, like sometimes it'll lock onto the space station, or it'll lock onto a known location, not the objective.
Yeah, you just got to do like a short starting of a pulse around a planet, and then once it gets close, it'll actually move the nose and lock onto it.
Yeah. But I wish they would give us in the like accessibility, or in the filter for no HUD, instead of just saying no HUD, give us a no HUD except, or turn off these different things. So that would turn off everything except for objective markers. That would be awesome.
Yeah, and then the only other issue with playing the no HUD is that even though you have the HUD off, anything that you do or scan or activate, it's still like waiting. Wants to play that message, and there are certain points that when you activate like a base mission or something like that, you get soft locked. It won't let you out until you turn the HUD back on to let that menu or that text cycle.
Yeah. So. Well, and that's always the beautiful part. You turn on that, and all of a sudden, everything you've done for the last hour pops up. Every every ferrite dust, everything you've collected.
Yep,
It's amazing.
yep. Yeah. So it'd be nice if there was a way that, they could give some of us that type of mode and just let that stuff play in the background,
Yeah.
where it doesn't get locked up.
Yeah. Well,
Obviously, the turning the HUD off was probably, just implemented for, screenshots and, maybe like video making and stuff like that. But hey, we like to use it for challenges too.
Yeah. Well, and you start realizing like the not brokenness, but the finagled way that they've done some things like that. The HUD. If you turn it off, it doesn't turn off the HUD. It just pauses the HUD and removes it from your screen, but it's still there. And it's the same thing for like the tooltips. Like we run into the expedition. Like if you're trying to do like when we do speed runs, you realize you cannot move your objective until the HUD has displayed it. And so sometimes you trigger it, you've done it, and you have to wait 5-10 seconds for the HUD to go, oh yeah, you've done that already. So boom, done. It pops up. And then you're allowed to proceed. And you're like, why? And it's something to do with the HUD itself is triggering another system in the game. And if the HUD doesn't trigger, then that system doesn't trigger. And your mission doesn't progress. And you're like, why is this interlocked? Why is this? And it's just how the game is built.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah.
It's definitely odd.
I know that I've heard that the No Man's Sky engine is built off of a form of Unity, and they've kind of customized it and done their own thing to it. So maybe, hopefully, they can get in there and No Man's Sky is built already, everything's in there, but maybe they can for their next game. They're looking at all this and saying, yeah, you know what, we did this wrong, and it's kind of locked in for No Man's Sky, but we can modify this and improve it in the next game.
I hope so.
Yeah, definitely. See all their little mistakes here and make it better for the next game.
Yeah, I don't even think I don't think it's mistakes. I think it's one of those you build something not knowing how it's gonna to proceed, or not knowing that 3 years from now it's gonna break something else, or something else is gonna rely on that thing, and you're like, oh god, this thing, I just slapped that in there because it was just a solution at the time 3 years ago. Now, don't build anything else on top of that.
Right. Definitely. Using it for... Go ahead, Ed.
Oh, I had another question. I can't think of what it is, though. There's something I wanted to ask specifically about No Man's Sky. We talked about the shit customization thing. That's over and done with. What were we talking about earlier before that?
Oh, you're talking about consoles. We were talking about the different things in the Nexus, like the unicorn, Artemis being in the tube since the beginning.
Yeah. Let's talk
if I could,
Go ahead.
If I could jump in, if you could talk to Sean Murray and he said, look, we have one more update left for No Man's Sky, one update, but we're gonna let you choose what that is. What is the one thing you want them to add in before they're done with No Man's Sky? We have one thing left. What are you adding in?
We're adding in multi-crew ships.
Oh, so you have like a cockpit and like a passenger?
Yeah.
Funny he says that, because if you ever go through and do crash ships, there are a lot of them that talk about more than one entity in the ship.
They're just little tiny creatures in the back, though.
Well, I don't know.
Not that big.
Maybe a hauler. There was one that talked about quite a few people on the ship, and there was a mutiny on the ship, and they started fighting, and that's what caused them to crash.
And then you look over and it's a shuttle that's a tube, and you're like, what the?
Yeah, well, sometimes it is a shuttle. Sometimes it's an explorer.
Because the ship size in No Man's Sky sometimes look like they can hold about 2 to 3 passengers. So I'm like, why not? You have the multiplayer aspect in here. Why not have a crew?
So what would the passengers do? Like, is it just like sitting in there and joining someone on a trip?
So that could be one. That could be one aspect, or you could have people tending the repairs and fixes during a battle. Because we have pirate freighter battles now. We have pirate encounters for bounties. We have I want to say a plethora of things, and it sounds like we have maybe 3 or 4 things. But within that gameplay loop, a part gets damaged, and then what do you usually do when you're in the ship? You have to go to the menu, and then you have to you have to repair it and hope, oh my god, I hope my shields are holding up. I really hope they hold up. And then you go back in the gameplay. So what if you don't have to handle that? What if you just have to handle flying the ship while someone else is on the turret, while someone else is being the mechanic and repairing the specific modules, and like, okay, you're good to go, and then you can go ahead and shoot, or you can boost again if you really needed to. If you don't have that multiplayer, the multiplayer and multi-crew aspect for the multi-crew ships, then yeah, it gets kind of stale. It's just, well, a shuttle at that point.
Yeah. Well, what happens if I'm a solo player, though? Is that going to be required? Like, oh my god, I can't fly a ship because I don't have anyone repairing behind me.
Let's talk about Star Citizen for a bit. Paying for ships aside, with real money, you have solo players who have these massive ships in game. I mean, it's either just to say they have it, or whether or not they want people to come in and play with them because they have that ship. Now, for solo players who are going to want those multi-crew ships, I don't think you're going to want to get out of the seat and then run all the way to the side and then be like, okay, I need to fix this, or run all the way to the turret and say, okay, I need to shoot from the turret. Because one of these ships are made so that, oh, I need to have a gunner, and oh, I need to have a mechanic too. Because then it would be back into that whole aspect of you need to go back to your menu and then fix all these specific modules. With these multi-crew ships, these modules would have to be separated in order for players to work together. This is also shown in Star Citizen as well, since they're getting more, or not more, they have that aspect in, but they have modules, real modules in the ship that you're going to have to run over and tend to if it's on fire, if it's being staticky, or whether or not it's performing correctly because it's damaged within a shot that was occurred from another ship. I believe having that aspect in there would bring about a ton more gameplay before it would either, one, become stale, or two, that players would just be turned off by the idea because it's something that they do repetitively day to day to day to day. But because we don't have enough multiplayer within the game, it would open up a nice gameplay loop for everyone. Especially if you're there with like 5 or 6 friends, you're like, what are we doing tonight? I'm like, I don't know, what do you want to do? It's like, well, we have that multiplayer, or that multi-crew ship in No Man's Sky that I just got, and they're like, what? When did you get that? And it's like, they just put it in. It's like, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And then everyone jumps in. The multi-crew part of the the start menu, and sees how many times I've used it. But yeah, jumping into that, everyone would be on the same planet, everyone's able to land in one spot, and then ship is called over, and then everybody's put onto the ship. Now there's another problem there too, because ships have to be put in a specific spot. So you would have to put in the freighters that would have to have those 3 areas lined up, because yeah, there's ships come in, that ships come out, but it's got to be down to a certain point where you either don't own enough ships for the other player ships to be put in, or you just leave those few spots for other players and ships don't come in and out. For me, in my opinion, I don't know how anyone else feels about that, but I would rather have those spots filled with players, to be honest. If I can take the ships out, that'd be fine. If they're left there, they're left there. There's nothing I can do without that. But getting back onto the subject, having the ships come in so they're on someone's freighter, and then the multi-crew ship is called in, and it's kind of like, it's either docked or it's floating outside. And then you would just go to the docking spot, go through there, go on the multi-crew ship, take off, and have your gameplay for the day.
Yeah. Well, I think the solution specifically for that would be having different areas, different docking areas for different things. Like you have your NPC, like we'll call it the merchant landing zone, and then you have your personal landing strip where all your ships are, and then you have like multiplayer landing strip or a random landing strip. That way you don't have to worry about, oh, my landing pads are all full of my ships or my multiplayer ships or whatever. You have different ones for different purposes.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Well, it was the same thing that we ran into like years ago. There used to be on settlements, minor settlements, the little merchant shops. They have one landing pad, and then people were getting pissed because they would go try to land at the settlements, but an NPC would land there. And so the solution Hello Games came up with is, oh, they never land there. And now I'm like, no, I want them to land here, but maybe you have two landing pads, and one is a merchant landing pad that's trader, and one is a player landing pad, or something like that. The solution is not, we'll never do it, because then I never will see a ship land there.
Exactly. It's
that was right. That was where I got my first big hauler back in the day. Was from one of them NPCs.
Dude, when we first started doing the fugitive runs, you cannot use your starter ship. You have to buy one.
Yep.
The first time I did that, I didn't realize that they removed the ability for NPCs to land in a minor settlement.
Oh.
I sat there for 3 hours.
Oh man!
I was like, nope, someone's gonna land. Don't worry about it, guys. And then it got to a point where it's like, well, I've been here for an hour, but I know as soon as I leave, they'll land here, so I can't leave now. And I just sat. I had a time lapse of me sitting there for days, the sun going up and down, and I'm just sitting there waiting. Like, come on,
dude! I would infuriate.
I was so mad. And then, of course, I put the video out, and everyone on the comments is like, well, didn't you know they don't land here? I'm like, no, that's why I sat there for like 3 hours.
Oh, man. Yeah, that first time going through the fugitive run when you buy the ship, and if you're just starting out, it doesn't give you that hyperdrive module. You eventually have to go get it, right?
And it doesn't give you don't learn how to, if you have the tutorial turned on, you don't learn how to make your oh god, what is that? The hermetic seal, yeah. So you have to go manually learn that.
And wait, you can turn that off?
Yeah, if you turn off the tutorial,
yeah.
It automatically gives you your terrain manipulator, which is good, and it automatically gives you your hermetic seal.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why, more recent runs, we say, turn off your tutorial, because it gives you some stuff that you're going to need.
Oh, okay. I should have thought about that during the permadeath run.
The thing that I really hope that they kind of go back and fix, and maybe they don't, maybe it's just ingrained in the game itself, is the fact that it works really, the game No Man's Sky works really well if you're in first person. The camera works, you can interact with everything. But when you go to third person, especially like if you're going to scan a planet, for instance, in your ship, the cursor doesn't line up where it needs to be. Like, you don't see it. Like, you have to actually aim above the planet of what you're trying to scan, because the cursor doesn't line up where it should, because the camera's in third person. And you start realizing, like, when you're swimming in third person, you can't aim straight up because the camera is like busted in third person. And I hope that because they added it in with Next, and I was like, okay, maybe it's a little bit funky because of Next. And they just never went back and fixed it. So it's always been kind of broken. So I love third person, and I play mostly in third person, but in the back of your head, like, okay, there's some things I can't do, and I have to switch between first and third.
Right.
And I mean, hopefully they can get that fixed, but I have a feeling it's because No Man's Sky launched as a first person, so everything was made with that in mind. Yep. And now that there is an option for it, it's like, yeah, it's there, but we're not actually building it. There are times I look at the game and I'm like, okay, this feels like they have one guy, Bob or Jerry, who tests the game, and if it works in the way that he plays the game, it's golden, push it out. But he never plays in third person. He only plays in first person. He doesn't go to the difficulty settings and doesn't change any of the difficulty settings. So it's like, oh, it works, guys. It passes. And then they push it out, and you're like, well, wait a minute. I play in third person. It's like, well, Bob doesn't. So get used to it. What? Wait a minute.
Have to go over that QA team and
show like, hey, test it out more. He's like, no. I've been playing first person mode since 2016, guys. It's the perfect mode.
Because with third person, it's a little hard for me to play sometimes.
Well, I love it. I can't play. I mean, I try to play in first person, and I play first person shooters all the time. I'll play Call of Duty and Halo all day. But for whatever reason, in No Man's Sky, if I play in first person, I can't do my jetpack jumps because I can't see my feet, so I don't know how far I am off the ground. I don't see anything around me, so I don't know how I can whip my camera around. So like if sentinels are attacking me, if I'm in third person, I can see them, versus in first person, there's a sentinel behind me and I don't even know.
Right.
For me, being in first person, I literally use the HUD for my senses and everything. So if I need to know where someone is on the left or the right, I'll go there. But in third person, I have the opposite effect. I don't know where anything is. Because I'll be looking in a certain spot and be like, what? Where are they? Where did they go? And it's like, oh, it's behind you. I'm like, what is it behind? I turn around, but then the character turns around, but the screen doesn't turn around. I'm like, oh, come on, man. I need to see.
See, I have the opposite. Or like when we did our no HUD runs, I realized they've added so many cool things to third person, like your backpack. The lights on your backpack show your life support and your hazard protection. So you don't even need the HUD. And I'm like, you added that, but the camera doesn't work? What are you doing to me?
Oh, man. If it's not one thing, it's another in this game.
Yeah. Oh.
You think they're done with the Sentinels? You think they'll do anything else to them?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I think they may still. I mean, I hope they do, because the corrupted Sentinels, before they changed everything, were just they were broken and they dripped all that gooey slime out of them.
Yes.
And now they are. They
All
have
just
the purple crystals, the purple lattice on them. So now it is thought to believe that they are part of the Void Mother. But if that's the case, the autopage is also part of the Void Mother. So now we have two entities here that are part of the Void Mother. So I'm kind of hoping that they do maybe give us a little bit more story into the corrupted Sentinels. Are they just also, the dead shells from when Korvax Prime was destroyed? Were they there trying to stop the Gek from what they were doing, even though the Vy'keen at the same time were pushing them back to the outer edges of the galaxy? So I don't know.
I would love that. Like, I do remember, and it was a shame because I thought there was a time where we had both. We had the corrupted Sentinels on planets that had the purple crystals, and then you had the salvaged corrupted Sentinels that were still the leaking old school ones, and then they converted all of them.
Yeah, they're all the same now.
Yeah. And so maybe that is just the storyline lore. Maybe they were corrupted, and then the Void Mother came in and corrupted them to her side. So they were originally jacked up, and now they're fully corrupted.
Oh,
Could be.
Okay.
But is it the Void Mother that's corrupted, or is it the Atlas that's corrupted?
Well, I don't know. Are you a denier?
Well, on one of my saves, yes, I am actually.
Oh, we got camps now. We got camps.
I would love. I mean, who knows where the story goes, but I think that is where they're leading to. I think that they've been setting up the 16 for years now, and maybe the Void Mother is the end result of 16. And we finally get the end of the Atlas, and so we see the Void Mother take over. Maybe the Atlas pushes back. Maybe there's a weird update where you get to choose which side you're on. Because we did that with what was the one with the Atlantid helmets? The red, the crimson, and the Atlantid. The red and the purple.
That was that. I don't. The expedition wasn't called Echoes, but it was during Echoes update.
It was. Was that like part 2? Of the Interceptor update?
Was that? Yeah, I think it was Interceptor.
Yeah.
I think that was it.
I think that was. Yeah.
Was that the expedition? Yeah, it was during an expedition.
Yeah, when we were building the robot on the Space Anomaly.
Yes.
But I mean, maybe they're using that. Like they let us choose which helmet, and I think it was kind of they kind of did it unfairly because one helmet looked cooler than the other one, and I'm like, okay, they're not gonna actually go with Crimson or Void or Atlas. They're gonna go with this helmet looks really cool, so I'm gonna go with that one instead. But I think they're gonna use that as the basis for, well, most players chose this one side, so that's the one that wins. It's either the Atlas or the Void Mother, and you guys all chose it before. You didn't even know it. 2023, you did it. That choice.
Singularity. That was the expedition.
Singularity.
Singularity.
Yeah.
think I got that helmet. I'm looking through my my helmet type and I don't see it.
Well, sometimes you have to go to. Are you an anomaly or are you a?
Oh, I didn't pick it up probably.
Yeah, go to your races. I bet you it's in a different one.
I think you got to be in the Traveler one.
Yeah. So you have to, and that's one thing that I understand kind of, but I really wish they would just unlock all the helmets for everything. Because sometimes you have to be a Traveler, sometimes you have to be an anomaly, or sometimes you have to be a Gek, or what was it? Did they not have capes on the? Was it for the Gek for a long time because they were too short?
Yeah.
It was like, why? Wait a minute, what?
I think the Vikings couldn't wear the capes as well.
Yeah. And it's probably a logistical thing because their player model was a different size, so it just didn't work. But it's like, well, why? No, just let us all have it.
And the Shroud of Freedom. The Geks couldn't wear the Shroud of Freedom.
Oh,
the hood.
yeah.
Yeah.
So then they came out with the spawning cowl.
Yeah.
So that they could have a hood.
Yeah. Do you think they'll carry that over to Light No Fire? Because we know that there are different races you can play. You can play like the rabbit or the turtle or whatever, the badger we saw. We have humanoids. Do you think they'll have different cosmetics depending on it? Yeah.
I'm hoping that they'll have all their cosmetics in that one will be universal. So it doesn't matter what race you play, you'll be able to fully customize your character however you choose.
I hope so too. Yeah.
Little hood with the ears coming out.
Yeah, I want a cape on my rabbit. I don't care if it's too small.
I'd be cool with a tunic or maybe like a poncho or something like that with a tabard. Yeah, with
a poncho. I want to make a Western. I want a poncho with a cool hat on now. Yes.
Because
there you go.
We've been asking for that for a while, and we did get ponchos, but it's not the one that was in that poster. It was just kind of the ones for autophages. I mean, it's still a poncho, but
yeah.
But man, that'd be cool. Or like one of those capes that kind of just drapes off to the left. Maybe one of those.
Do you think we get a future update where they just do like a cosmetic update where they add in a whole bunch of like arm pieces, leg armor, all that kind of stuff, boots and everything?
I think it would be really cool.
They would have to.
Yeah, if they were.
They'd have to put it up in the. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You're good. Go ahead.
They would have to put a ton of cosmetic stuff in. Like, maybe put out different ideas of like, okay, these are all our drawings, and just have them up on a poster board. Okay, which ones look more specific and cool versus what's this style of Korvax, what's this style of Gek, what's this style of Viking. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're doing that already, but what would look better in terms of, oh, I want this one, or I want that one, or I want all of them. There's like 152 pieces that are going to be needed.
Right. Well, I think it would be really cool if they would let us just mix and match whatever we want for our character creations, even in No Man's Sky. If you think about it, when you went to discover creatures on planets, have you noticed some creatures that are like, wow, that's unique? I haven't seen that type of variation of that creature before. And the reason why I believe is, you know how they added that egg synthesizer on the Nexus? And we've been mixing and matching different stuff to create different types of creatures. I think they've been using that data to actually implement some of those creations in No Man's Sky itself.
Yeah, that would make sense. Because you gotta think that they have all these stats. You're communicating with the servers, so they know how many people are interacting and what they're building and what they're doing, what they're using. So yeah, you gotta think that maybe they're doing that kind of work for it and using that.
So then it's possible that they could do characters as well, possibly, maybe.
Could be. I mean, but I always fall on the side of, are they going to use that for No Man's Sky, or are they using it for another game? Because No Man's Sky is kind of built how it's built, and so you can add more to it, but you'll run into the limitation of, well, this game has to run on everything, and there's all these other processes running in the background for older features that we put in 2 years ago, 5 years ago, and it doesn't gel with it. So it's like, well, instead of using it for this, they'll say, okay, you know what? We know that people like this thing, but we can't do it in No Man's Sky, but we can put it in Light No Fire or whatever game. We'll do Joe Danger 3. We'll use that.
Oh, Joe Danger 3. Yeah, making a comeback, huh?
Yeah.
VR version.
Yes, first person VR. I love it.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Dude, I need to get my driver's license in this game. I can't drive in VR for the life of me.
Oh, it's fun. It is fun flying and driving in VR.
Dude, one of these days I have my PS5. I'm gonna get a PSVR 2, and it'll be glorious.
It is glorious. It's absolutely beautiful on PSVR 2.
Nice.
I've actually heard that Sony is working with PC. They're supposed to be making a port to be able to use the PSVR 2 on PC.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, because at first I was telling everyone like years ago, I've been planning on doing this forever. Said I want to do VR, but I don't know if I should do PC or PlayStation. And you look at all the headsets, and like if you get the Steam VR headset, you have to set up like stations. It's like a whole deal.
Yeah. Oh.
It's not just slap on a helmet and you're good. And so I was like, well, to make it easier, maybe I'll do the Meta, the Quest or whatever.
Yeah, the Meta Quest.
And people just said, no, just go to the PSVR 2 because it's really, really good. It's the newer version. The PSVR 1 is good, but the V2 is better. VR 2 is better. And then they announced, like, I think it was like, a month ago, 2 months ago? They said, oh, yeah, we're going to try to get it to work on PC. And I was like, all right, and now I'm sold. If it's going to be able to work on both, I'm good.
Yeah, there's already a modder who has made it able to run on the PC. Of course, you have to have an external program that does it, but it will work on PC. But Sony is now working with PC to actually bring it to do it natively.
Official, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
What do you think about some of the other tools used for VR other than the headset, like the ballistics vest? As well as they have like several pads out that you can run with, especially with, I think, is it Disney that's coming out with it? I gotta rewatch that VR video again. But it's like a little mat, and you can walk on the mat in place, and you won't have to move too far.
Yeah, you don't move, but your feet slide over the pad, so it knows that you're moving. Yeah.
Like
I love all that, but I can't remember what it was. Back in the 90s, the Super Nintendo literally had a plug-in vest that you can put on.
Oh.
And it would simulate. It was the most rudimentary thing. I mean, I can't remember exactly, but I remember it being heavy as hell. It was like putting on an actual flak jacket. You're like, dude, this thing weighs like 50 pounds. But it had basically a whole bunch. It was like basically rumble packs all taped together that you put on as a vest. And it would rumble in certain areas if you got hit. It was the most ridiculous thing. And it was outrageous. And I was like, I want that. It's so stupid, but I want that.
That's one of the neat things about the VR 2 is it has the rumble features in the helmet. So when you're flying in the ship, you actually feel the vibrations from the ship in your helmet.
Oh, see, I would be nervous about that because I know every update, and it feels like there's some weird bug that they always go back to. But whenever there's an update, the storms, for whatever reason, or the landing on the ships for the first week is the loudest thing on the planet. It makes you deaf if you're wearing headphones. I can't even imagine that with a rumble. I'd be like, oh my God, my neck just broke because it rumbled my brain.
Yeah, you can lower the intensity if you want. You don't have. You can turn it on or off. But yeah, the haptics in the helmet and even in the controllers is pretty. It's really nice.
Oh, see, that is. I always argue with Gek about this. I love the feel of the PlayStation controller. The haptics and the triggers are amazing. The thumbsticks feel really good. But I hate that trackpad. It is the most useless thing, and I feel like because I don't like it, I blame it for all the problems with the battery and everything on the PS5 controller. But if the controller itself feels premium, all the cool stuff about it, the only issue I have is I love my Xbox controller because of the thumbsticks, the placement of the thumbsticks. and the battery lasts for years. I mean, I plug this thing in like once every decade, and it's good. Just it feels like the battery lasts forever. Whereas on the PlayStation 5, I'm constantly plugging that thing in because that battery is draining like crazy.
Yes, yeah. I don't like I said. I find. I mean, it could just be the controller. Maybe you just got a bad batch, a bad run. But
that's not purple. That's not possible. I have a purple controller. Those are all perfect.
I got a purple one as well, and I just got 12 and a half hours out of it before I had to charge it, and I let it die completely.
12 and a half hours. That's
Dang.
like a quarter of what I get out of my. Seriously, 100% my Xbox controller. I will not even exaggerating. Plug it in maybe once a week. And we're talking like I'm playing like 4 or 5 hours a day. So maybe 40 or 50 hours before I have to plug it in. So I love it. And I feel like it's probably because, realistically, it's because there's really good haptic feedback in the triggers on the PS5. Xbox doesn't have that. They have the sensor, the trackpad, which has to be censoring everything. So I'm sure that has to be running constantly. That's draining the battery as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I love the features, and that's probably why the battery doesn't last as long as I wonder
Xbox. Too. You're using it on your PC, correct?
Yeah. Well, I have it
PS5
to
controller.
a PS5 controller.
Yeah, that's what you said you were using, right? PS5 controller.
Yeah, well, I have it on. I use it for my PS5 as well.
Oh, okay, that's right. You do have a PS5. Yeah,
I do. I'm lucky enough to have one. Yes.
Yeah, there is a setting where you can actually turn down the brightness of the light bar on it.
Okay.
And that could help save your battery as well.
I just turn that thing off. I mean, I will. Anything I'm not using, I will just turn it off. That way I can save it. Get an extra 5 minutes of battery. I don't care.
I am now motivated to go get a PS5.
Dude,
it is really nice.
PS5 Pro is supposed to be coming out later this year. Maybe hold off.
Yeah, like what, $600 or $700?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Yeah, it'll probably be the same price as what the PlayStation 5 launched for, which was, I think, what was it, $499?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm of two minds about that because I feel like we're entering this age of everyone's trying to justify more price for less content, like games. $70 for a game now, and they're more broken than ever. And I'm like, what? Okay. I used to pay $50 for a game, and when it came out, I didn't have to worry about day one patches, and I didn't have to worry about the game being busted for a month before patches came through.
Those are
now I'm paying more, and I'm getting less.
Yeah, it just seems to be going in that direction for gaming, and it's so disappointing. Like, how far back should I put this? Like, going back to the NES, like, you get that cartridge game, you put it in the cartridge, and we're not going to talk about blowing into the cartridge to get the thing to work and stuff.
Never
like
had to do that.
Yes.
You're not supposed to, but we do it anyway, and it works.
I don't know a single person who actually pulled out like a Q-tip with alcohol. No, you don't do any of that.
Well, sorry, but
Did you?
I didn't pull. I actually have a cleaning kit that is used to clean the cartridges and the console.
I have a cleaning kit. It's called my lips. I was literally blowing on that thing.
Yeah, I never did. I used the cleaning kit, and I hardly ever had to use that either. And all my games still work. I still have my NES, my OG NES.
That is awesome. I mean, the worst case scenario is I would have to pick up my NES, shake it a little bit, and blow at it at the same time to get something. Because you heard a rattle, something came loose.
Yeah.
One of the something on a board came loose, but that's okay. If I jiggle it enough, it'll go back to where it was.
All right, let's talk about something a little more stable, like the Nintendo 64.
I got that too.
Weren't literally, or there's like zero to no. No, that's not what you're saying. There's little to no issues when you put in the cartridge and whatnot when you played. You just push it in, it played, you got your $60 worth. It was amazing.
Yeah.
But then, go ahead.
Well, the thing that drives me absolutely crazy is when people bring up an old, like a magazine from like 95, 94. And they'll bring up game prices for cartridges for your Nintendo. And they're all different prices. And some of them are really expensive and some of them are not. And then they say, well, gaming, it's cheaper now than ever before. It's like, no. Nintendo had to make different cartridges for different games. Some of them had to have larger memory and some of them didn't. That's why they cost more. It's literally the physical media. When I download a game now, do you think 100 mega or 100 gig game is going to cost me more than a 50 gig game? No, they're all the same price because they're all getting too expensive.
Right. Well, it's because it costs more to make these games, so they have to sell them for more to get their money back. You know.
I mean, and realistically, that is true. But then it's not my fault that you hired 1,000 artists on a game called Skull and Bones, and it looks like dog poop, and you have to recoup all that money.
That was kind of well, you know, surprisingly, they're not giving refunds for that. But did you hear that Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League? Sony's actually giving refunds for it. That's only like the third game that they've ever refunded for. You had Anthem, Cyberpunk, and now.
And I think it's because when Suicide Squad, when it first launched, because it's always online, you have to basically connect to the servers. And first day one of a pre-release, when you pre-ordered the game, you got like 3 days early access. When you connected to the servers, it instantly just said you were done with the game. It just unlocked everything and finished the game for you. And everyone's like, well, wait, I didn't even play it yet. And so then they rolled it back, and it broke so many saves to where people can't even finish the game now because they're basically telling the server, nope, no one's done yet. And they're not getting the message. Actually, I did. It's been weeks now. I finished it. Nope.
Dude, oh my God. I would just uninstall and walk away.
Yeah. Well, and that's why PlayStation's giving out refunds. And so it's things like that. It's like, I get that the cost of gaming is going up, but at the same time, go talk to Hello Games and tell me that it's costing more. You know, go talk to any independent studio that is actually realistic in their goals instead of like a Ubisoft or an EA that is hiring so many people because they think more people means better quality, and it's like there's an upper limit, and you know, there's not a perfect apples to apples comparison, but you can take some of the more amazing games. Helldivers is an amazing game. I absolutely love that game. And it's a smaller studio, not smallish, not like No Man's Sky, like 20 people, but it's not 1,000 people like Ubisoft. And they're charging $40 for a game that is amazing and plays beautifully and is awesome. And then you have Suicide Squad come out, and it's like, we've worked on this for decades. We had 1,000 people on it, and it's just hot garbage.
Oh, man.
Yep.
I just saw a little bit of the gameplay, and I was like, I'm not liking this. But
yeah, my oldest son bought it, and he played through it. He said he liked it. He didn't have any issues. And I said, well, you're one of the lucky ones then.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and there's always going to be people who, you know, they're going to like what they like. And it's nothing against that person.
Right.
But when the company says, well, this is a quadruple A game, it's the best game ever made. And then everyone plays it and says, actually, you know, I had problems here or there, or you're charging $70 for a game that's broken, or it doesn't feel complete, or you can compare it to any other, like Sea of Thieves, or it's like, come on now.
Speaking of, that's coming to PlayStation.
I saw that. Heck yeah.
Yep. I got it on my wish list.
Nice.
Yeah. They have a date on that, or is it just coming soon?
No, I think there is a date. Let me double check real quick. I believe it releases next month.
Ooh, okay, that's pretty quick. I like that.
Let's see, wish list. Sea of Thieves releases 4/30 this month.
Oh,
no,
nice.
next month. Yeah, next
4/30. That's
month.
like 4 hours from now. What?
No. April 30th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's another
pretty
game that's coming to PlayStation, and apparently it's going to be exclusive to PlayStation, but yet we played it in early access on PC, which is Forever Skies.
Oh, I haven't touched that in a while.
Yeah, I need to go back and play that.
It's still on PC in early access, but apparently when it releases, it's releasing on PlayStation as an exclusive, from my understanding.
Yeah. Well, and I feel like that's what they're trying to do. Is they're trying to have the smaller exclusive that they didn't have to pay to make. Like, hey, I think Xbox, they did the Pal World collab.
Yeah.
So they were like, "Oh, we're gonna invest in this company and have them release it only for Xbox because it looks really good, and we didn't have to pay any money to make this thing."
Right.
And so I think PlayStation's doing the same thing. They're just trying to go around and see, hey, can you release it exclusively over here for a while, and how much would that cost? And I mean, I don't know
Right.
yeah, I don't know if it's beneficial or not. Like we saw, going back to No Man's Sky, we saw the issue with that on PlayStation. Sean Murray came out and said, look, we were in financial trouble. They had the flood. They needed some help. Sony stepped in, being good guy Sony, but with that comes contracts and release dates. And they said, look, we weren't ready to release it, but our contract with Sony said we had to release it 2016 was the latest. Yeah. They gave us a delay of a couple months, but that's not enough time.
Right.
And so I think that it can work, but who knows?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Another game coming out, which is this DLC, is Darkfield's Shattered Space.
Oh, I'm waiting for that so much, man. Because I like that they're patching the game, but it's a lot of quality of life. Like, oh, we're fixing this, we're fixing that. It's like, cool. I want more content, though.
I know.
Look, Darkfield, give me the ability to scrap and break down the crap I pick up.
No, you have to bring everything you collect. Number one, you have to pick up everything in the world, be over encumbered half the game, and then bring it all the way back to your bring it back to the lodge, put it in your safe, and keep it forever because you never know. A year from now, you might need that clipboard.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Going through that
Let me break this stuff down, please.
No, keep it forever.
But that's the way. You gotta keep everything.
Well, I did like that. They did it in Fallout 4 to where you can break it down into its base components and you can build with it. And I like that. I mean, maybe they'll implement something like that in Starfield.
I hope they do, but I think I remember him saying at the beginning of it, we didn't want people to have to pick everything up and think they have to hold on to it, so we didn't add this.
Oh, see?
It's like, but why? Every single game you guys have, you have us do that.
I know. I was gonna say he doesn't understand. He's conditioned us to pick up everything. Now
Right.
it's a mental illness that we all share. We have to pick it all up.
Yeah, my bags are always full in every game. Doesn't matter what it is.
That is. Anytime I start a new game that's like survival or you can pick up items and have an inventory, the first thing I look for is it an item limit, meaning I can only fit so many items, or is it a weight limit, meaning I have to carry so much weight? Always, it's the first thing I look at.
Yep.
That was the thing that blew my mind in No Man's Sky, because it used to be the limit was 250.
Yes.
And then we had an update and it went up to 9,000. I was like, whoa, holy, this is the best game ever.
Oh, gee, yeah. Let's talk about the early No Man's Sky version 1.0. Inventory management was a nightmare.
Yeah, dude. I go back and I play the original one, and the first thing I do is, can I move I can't move any of my upgrades.
Can't move
Crap.
anything. Nope. Metal plates didn't stack. Each one took a slot.
Everything was individual. That drove me
Nothing was
nuts.
stackable. Yeah.
Nothing. There's no refiners. You can't refine anything. You have to buy everything. It's like, oh, Lord.
Yep.
That's why whenever anyone asks me what my favorite update for No Man's Sky, it is always Next, because that's what gave us third-person camera, but it also gave us refiners and a whole bunch of cool quality of life stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, you know what? Have you guys touched this in a bit? The distribution system in No Man's Sky for your ship, where it gives you the balance, weapons, shields, or engine. I barely touch it now.
Yeah, it's great for if you don't want to fight the Sentinels. Put it to engines and you'll get away.
Yeah.
You'll get away.
That's the only time I think I ever use it, is if I go into like you warp into a system and there's a freighter battle. All engines, I'm out of here.
Well, see, speaking of that, actually, one of the things they did with the freighter battles, and I'm wondering, I think they did this intentionally because they want people, if you want the freighter, you got to do the battle. So what happens is if you go and try to land on the freighter without doing the battle, disappears, gone. It's like, oh, you don't want to do the battle? All right, you don't need a freighter.
No. That's been in there for a little while, and when the Omega expedition, or when the Omega update hit, I tried to do it, and I had a weird bug to where the actual hanger, there was a metal sheet over it, and I was like, oh, what?
Really?
Did they fix that? And it only happened one time, so I don't know if it was a weird visual bug or whatever. But I looked and I was like, oh my god, they added a shutter, so you cannot do this. Oh, They fixed it. And then I tried it again, and it didn't work. It was open. I was like, oh, dang it.
Yeah, and it just disappears.
Yeah.
Shoop, gone. It's like, nah, you don't want to battle? Okay, you don't need the freighter.
Man.
Well, I mean, you do the freighter or jump into the space anomaly. A lot of people, I was doing that on yesterday during a stream, and they're like, I didn't know you could call in the space. I was like, yeah, just call it in and fly in. You're done.
Yep. That's the other way to get away from Sentinels if you don't want to fight. Just go on the anomaly.
Yeah.
Go in, come out. You're good.
I used that quite a few times too.
It's called a tactical retreat. It works well.
I'm hoping one day, I'm hoping it's just a small little patch note that they do. They don't make a big deal out of it, but they add in just the metal shutters. So if you're in combat, all of a sudden, space station goes into lockdown. You can't enter. Space anomaly goes into lockdown. You can't enter. It's just a shutter on the front. That way, everyone like me, I will be the guy who's like, oh, don't worry about this guy. It's like, oh my, what? Just be screwed. It'd be so good. I don't think they'll ever do it, but it'd be good. What's that?
Oh, and Cap Gamer saying his favorite update was 2018 VR, which was Beyond.
The Beyond update, yeah.
Beyond was when VR came in.
Dude, I remember that was when my channel, I started doing this different, it was different for me because I was trying to grow my YouTube channel at that time. Just started doing No Man's Sky in 2017 with the next update, and we had a few updates after that, the Bite Beat update. And then I was like, okay, my channel's starting to pick up, and this is fun. I'm good to go. And I was playing No Man's Sky every day, like all day, just blowing through everything. And then, no update. We didn't get an update for 8 months. It didn't come out till August of 2018. And I was like, oh my God. I was blowing through everything. And I was like, well, I'm kind of burning out now. There's nothing new to do.
Yeah. Yeah, Beyond also, if I'm not mistaken, that's the one that kind of changed a lot of the spawning locations for multi-tools and ships, and it just kind of reset all that stuff.
It did it for the Beyond update, and then they also did it for the Living Ships update. That's when I stopped, because I used to do ship hunting locations, and I would go through and I would find them, and then the Living Ship update came out and changed everything, and so all my videos were just done, and I was like, well, if this is going to be normal, then I can't do any of these, because they're going to be any update. They could just shift all the spawn locations. So screw it.
And then when solar ships came in, I believe they replaced shuttles, some of the shuttles with solar ships.
Oh.
So that way it didn't really alter any of the spawning locations.
Yeah. Well, and we had I think it was the Sentinel update. It shifted all of the crash locations because they're crashed.
Yep.
And then they went back and reverted it because everyone they were like, what the, all of my crash locations are gone because of the Sentinels. And it's like, okay, don't worry, we'll fix it. And they reverted back. Thank God.
Yeah. They probably, I don't know. Maybe I don't know how they do. Well, you can only find those on dissonant planets.
Yeah.
So shouldn't be, well, it may have altered any ships that were on that planet. Well, it definitely would have altered ships that were on that planet for sure.
Yeah.
Because any ship that was on so if you had a planet that you had an awesome S-class freaking squid ship or something like that, and then you log in the next day and, now it's a dissonant planet. Well, I take it your squid ship might be gone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I gotta go check on that Sentinel ship.
Shuttles rock. Galactus? No.
Yeah, you tell them, Atlas. Tell them how our shuttles rock.
Dude, I hate the shuttles. Not all shuttles, but the ones that are some tube. It's like, what is that?
There are some shuttles that they do not look great at all, but then there are some that
I would argue
look
most of them.
Well, there are some that look really good.
Yeah. So. What? And I have the same complaint about haulers. I love haulers, but they have to have the big wings on it. If it's just the tube, I hate that. It's not it just looks like I call him a toothpaste tube hauler. It's just gross. It's like, come on.
I don't really care for anything with a crooked neck. I don't really like the crooked neck ones.
Yeah. Well, and then the Explorers, I have to have symmetrical wings. If they're asymmetricals, I swear I'm gonna die. My retina's hurt every time I look at that.
It feels so
Some
off
people
when they're
like it.
that.
Some people like it though, but yeah, not me.
Yeah, the crazy people like it.
And that one massive wing on the side, and there's nothing on the left. They're like,
I feel like I would be more okay with it if that ship always pulled to the right. If it had a big old wing on the right, it would pull that way.
Funny you say that. I just scrapped one of those last night, and as I was flying out of my my freighter to the space station, I did do nothing but spin right as I went into the space station.
Yes. Oh.
I mean, that's the way I would think it would fly. I mean, it's only got one wing, so it's going to keep spinning one way.
Yes. Oh. God, you see, I would love, like, what would be your ideal, like, ship type if you had one as? Like, you could pick, like, a fighter that does more damage, but what would you create? Would you create, like, a racing ship, or would you create, like, what would be a good ship? Like a type?
Let's see, something I would like to fly. That's a bit of a hard question. Because it's gone to all the things that I really like to do in a ship, which is to fly around, store cargo, be good in the fight. What else do I do in Star Citizen that I also do in No Man's Sky? It's really hard for me to say. That's a really good question. I never really thought about that before. But I guess I would just really want people to walk around in it for the most part.
So you want a larger type of ship?
Yeah, something I can manage rather than just hop in the ship, I'm the only person in it, and then just kind of fly around. For me, it kind of takes away a little bit from the whole big space adventure. I mean, yeah, who wouldn't want to go around the universe and be in their single fighter or an exploration ship, just, going through the whole entire verse? But what about seeing the details of the inside, knowing what it's like to walk around the ship and think, okay, I need this for my ship, maybe I should switch out those cannons for something else, and then manually putting those on. I guess it's more along the lines of the physicality of the ships that I kind of need to go through.
Okay.
But yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd have to say that the one ship that could probably work as far as being able to walk around in it would probably have to be a hauler.
Yeah.
Just because they have the sheer size. I mean, when you think about a fighter, if you're in a fighter ship, you think of okay, well, they compare to say a F-16 jet in real life. You can't walk around in it. No. They have 2 seats, but you can't walk around in it. So a fighter would probably be out of that equation. The hauler, definitely you could have, because when I think of a hauler, I think of, like a C-130, a big jumbo jet. And they carry, tanks and all that stuff, So, it's very well possible to have the ability to walk around in one of those.
That would be pretty cool. What about you, Moose? What kind of class would you create?
X class.
An X class.
Like Typo said, let's have some X class ships.
Yeah. So what would the benefit of an X class? Would it be just like the black market upgrade? It could be really good or really trash.
Yeah, exactly. It could be super trash, or it could be the best freaking thing in the game. Yeah. Do you really take a gamble on those X class mods? But there are some really, really good ones out there.
Dude, I don't know how many I've blown through just so I can get the best stats.
Yeah. I've blown through a lot just to try to get the hyperdrive max.
Yeah.
I had a moment where I said somebody asked me if I could get the shuttle's hyperdrive over, I think it was 3,000 light years.
Dude.
And I said, yeah, I'll make it happen. And so I went and I searched and got the maximum X class modules that you could, and I was short by like 500 light years.
Damn.
Ooh.
So, I buried that shuttle and scrapped it. I admitted defeat.
See, if I'm thinking about it, I would love for No Man's Sky to have a Demolisher class,
Ooh.
where it's literally all you have. The good side is your front shields are the strongest shields in the game. You can plow through anything, and you actually, like, if you plow into a ship, you do damage to it because your shields are overpowered. The downside is you have no shields on the side and back. So if you get shot from the back from behind, you take way more damage. But you can just plow through anything if you want to just speed right through it.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that because when you're in a pirate battle, if you shoot the pirate after his shield is down when he's coming towards you, you do a certain amount of damage. But if you're shooting him when he's flying away and you shoot at his engines, you actually do double damage.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I would love for that to be just built in. Like, you have shields, but they're only in the front. Because I don't know how many times I've like gone through an asteroid field and I'm just plowing through, and I'm like, man, I wish I had shields just so I can. Or maybe it's one of those things where you can form your shields on the front or behind. You can actually switch the shields.
Okay, yeah, it's, shield direction. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. Because then I would just say, okay, we can put all power to the front. That way I can just plow into someone and just destroy them, ram right into them.
Just kamikaze. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's where the whole UI for the MFDs on your ship would come into play.
Yes.
Like you would
you could tell them, hey, all power to the front.
Exactly. By just pushing a button on the keyboard and maybe something on your controller that says, okay, we're gonna move all power towards the front shields or the side shields or the back shields. So
That would be really cool.
is Hello Games ready to make that kind of leap to where they've already made their name out there in terms of being one of the biggest space games to play, but with Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen, they have those aspects. So it's doable, but are they really ready for that kind of gameplay? They would have to completely change combat for that.
I don't think so. Realistically, I think they threw it in. They said, okay, we have what we have. We're going to add more features that are going to be what I like to call window dressing. It looks really cool and it's awesome, but it has no integral like part to the game. Like, if you want to ignore it, don't even worry about it. We added pets to the game. Is it integral to the game? Do you need a pet? No. But if you want one, cool. They add that kind of stuff in there, but they're not going to overhaul the game itself and say, well, now shields work differently or whatever. At least I don't think so.
Yeah, I think too is that Hello Games kind of pride themselves on being their own thing, and they don't want to really, do some of the same stuff that other games are doing because they don't want to become that other game. They want to continue to be their own thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that's maybe why we don't see some of the stuff, like one of the things that a lot of people have asked about is like an actual player-based economy where we can sell stuff to other players or, things like that. I mean, there is an economy system in the game itself. You can run trade routes of, buying stuff from one system, take it to another system and make profits. So there is a trading system in it, but there's people have asked about an actual player-based trading system.
Yeah.
Such as in what I think Star Citizen has it.
Star Citizen and I think it's EVE Online.
Yeah. So people have asked for that, but like I said, I don't know. I just don't think that Hello Games wants to become like all the other games. They want to continue to be their own thing.
Yeah. Well, and
Oh.
we had those kind of rumors with the when the space station overrides came out. They said, "Oh, you're going to be able to buy a space or override a space station, own it, and do trading that way and earn, units and nanites by, the economy in that system because you own the space station." I don't think that's ever going to come to be. I think that's too far beyond what they want to do.
I mean, besides, it's so easy to make units and nanites right now. It's like, and it maxes out. You can only have so much money and so much.
Is there a max for nanites?
Yep. There's a max for nanites as well.
That has to be way up there because I've never seen anyone hit the max.
It's actually the same amount as the units.
Is it the 4,600,000,000 and some odd whatever, or 4,200,000,000 something? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah,
Same
because I was
thing
gonna
with
say you don't
Quicksilver.
need that many nanites. That's insane.
Yeah, same thing with Quicksilver. They all max out at the same.
Okay.
Bummer.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't see them doing anything too crazy 4.29 billion. Yeah, and cap. I knew it was 4 billion something. But yeah, for your money, okay, I could see you realistically getting there. For nanites, that's insane. 4 billion nanites. When you start getting up to the hundreds of thousands, that's pretty good. So 1 million nanites would be insane. Not even 4 billion.
Yes.
Yeah, I think on my Trevor save, I think I have almost 100,000 nanites.
Yeah, see, that's a good stockpile. I usually get up to about 100,000, and then I'll get a new multi-tool, and I'll spend 85,000 to get it from a C to an S, and go, dang it, I gotta redo it again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't see them overhauling, and especially knowing that Light No Fire is on the horizon. I think that No Man's Sky is gonna get sunset to a certain degree, so they're gonna kind of pull back and let No Man's Sky be the game and say, okay, we're done with it. We're gonna add some stuff here and there, but this is the game. It's done. It's finished. We're gonna polish it up a little bit more. We're gonna add some more like expeditions, maybe a few like a new ship here and there, but most of it's done. We're moving on to Light No Fire. That's our focus now. We're gonna redefine open world games because now this is an open world for real.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure. Obviously, at some point they probably will definitely, take a step back from No Man's Sky, and then they'll probably do maybe less frequent updates.
Yeah,
but I don't think they'll. As Sean had said, as long as the people continue to play, they'll continue to update. So as long as people continue to play and still continue to make content, and I think they'll try to support it for as long as they possibly can.
So you're telling me 2035, when I'm still playing No Man's Sky, I'm going to get 2035 updates?
Sure, why not? If it's still going. But then again, when Light No Fire comes out, a lot of the player base may go over to Light No Fire, so then some of the player base may dwindle on No Man's Sky. So maybe you won't get updates as much, but I think they'll still try to drive content for it to keep it going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. I agree with that. And we had the idea that that's what Expeditions was for. It was a way to provide new content without being really in depth, because you could just slap out a new expedition every couple of months if you have a team that's just dedicated to, all right, figure out a new expedition. We'll get an art guy over here to give you a new pet or a new multi-tool that's custom for the expedition. It takes like a week or two to get it done, and you're good. So
9,900 players on Steam right now for No Man's Sky.
Yeah,
and that's just Steam. that's not
just
even
Steam.
PlayStation, Xbox.
So, and I do think that there is a hunger in the No Man's Sky community for Light No Fire. I think that once that releases, there's going to be a lot of movement over there. And to be fair, it depends on the game. If the game isn't as good, then they'll bounce back to No Man's Sky. But I have a feeling it's going to be the replacement for a lot of people. They're going to say, well, do I do No Man's Sky or Light No? I'll just do Light No Fire. And that'll be their new game that they go to.
Remember when everybody said they were bouncing to Starfield?
Bounce right back.
Yes. Well, and it goes along with the argument when they were expecting Starfield to be something more substantial, and then they played it and said, "Okay," because you saw those numbers kind of shift over and back again real quick.
Yeah. It is a Bethesda game, though.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest drawback, and when I in my review, I said, look, this is a Bethesda game. If you're not into that, then you're not going to like it. But if you're into Bethesda games, you're going to love this because that's what it is. But the downside of that is Bethesda is working with a formula that they've been doing for the last 20 years. And so there's not very much different about it.
Right.
Do you remember them saying that?
Yeah. So a lot of people, I have a feeling a lot of people, especially newer players, they were like, oh, I played Fallout 4, I even played Skyrim, but this is going to be a brand new game. It's going to be a whole different thing. And it's like, no, this is the game they make. This is the one thing they do. It's like it's like expecting No Man's Sky, the next game they're going to make is going to be a fighting game. No, that's not what they do. They don't do that.
Right.
I'm thinking about that quote that Sean Murray had said. It's gonna be the biggest open world game. It's gonna be the open world game. Now I wonder
The first true
open world game. And I'm wondering, like, he sounds pretty confident about that. So what do they know that we don't know?
Well, I think they know that what their procedural generation can do. Because I mean, can you imagine? They've made billions and billions of different planets that have, to be fair, they fall into different categories of they're all poison or they're all fire.
Mm-hmm.
But the topography, the landscape is different for billions of planets.
Yes.
Can you imagine using that and just generating a one planet on the same scale, having millions of miles around? Like we talked about it on one of my streams, and they said I looked it up. I said, well, the Earth is big, but it's not that big. It feels like it's very limited for millions of people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and one person said, well, if you just walked around the Earth, like if you just literally got up and walked all the way around the Earth, it would take you months to do it. I can't even imagine in a game. Yeah. Well, I mean, depending on if you can, if you get in a car or a boat or something like that, because you're going to run into that. But it would take you about a month to do that realistically. And I can't even imagine a game where if you just got on a mount and flew for an entire month to go all the way around the circumference. That'd be insane.
Around the world in 80 days?
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
I mean, it takes almost a day to go around a large-scale planet in No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
From one point to the next. I think it takes almost a day.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, depending on the size, yeah. If you go into a moon, it's going to be shorter. Yeah.
Yeah, shorter. Yep.
But yeah, so I can't even imagine if they take all that power and they're doing it on one planet. And so you're thinking about the size, but also the variety. You can say, hey, look, instead of just being one planet that's a poison planet, now we have patches. There's a swamp that's poisonous, but if you keep going, you'll run into the snowy mountains. And then you keep going, you run into a desert. And you keep going, you'll run into whatever. And it's like, holy cow.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and I think that's the beautiful part about them working on No Man's Sky for as long as they have, is that they know the limitations at this point. Like, okay, we're kind of bumping into them now with No Man's Sky, so we know we can go this far, and if we go a little bit farther, it's going to create issues. So instead of making a billion planets, let's just focus on one. And it also gives them the benefit of, it's a huge planet, but we've had 5 years to modify and adjust it, whereas like No Man's Sky is procedurally generated, but there's no way they can visit every planet and kind of hand do anything because there's there's not enough time in the world. Whereas if you have one planet, you can maybe not totally handcraft every section, every square inch, but you get more of that opportunity of, okay, you know what, we can plop down like all the players, that you can visit this one area or this one location, and it's unique. It has a special building that there's nowhere else on the planet ever.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because they know it's all one planet, so it's not like they have to search for it. They can just pick a spot randomly and just leave it in there, and maybe a year from now, after release, someone might run into it.
Right.
Oh, I can't wait for those kind of encounters. Because it's gonna be that big, so which means there's gonna be a ton of things to find that no one else has found yet.
Yeah. Well, and I would love to see what they do, like for like plant generation, for animal generation. Because right now in No Man's Sky, if I land on a planet and I scan an animal, I discovered it, that animal might show up on a different planet. And you can scan it and you can discover it for the first time because it's on a different planet, but it might be the same looking plant or animal or rock. Whereas if you're on one planet, how do you, like if I discover a random animal in the mountains, is that for every mountain range in the game, or is it just for this one mountain range and there's a whole different one for another one?
Oh, I didn't think
Interesting.
about that. Yeah, climbing and whatnot, certain elevations. Oh,
Yeah.
You think they went that far with it?
I mean, I hope so, because he made it to when Sean Murray said, "Hey, look, we want to make our mountains high, like not just a normal game mountain where you can run up it in like 10 minutes. We want to make it to where it is a struggle to get up there, like it's a mountain range, like a real life mountain."
Yeah.
So, and that means, it's in my mind, that means it's going to be something that you don't do it in a minute or two. It's going to take you 10, 15, 20, maybe an hour to climb up a mountain.
Right.
Dang.
Unless maybe you got a flying mount or
Oh yeah,
or
if you have a
something
mount.
else, you know.
Well, and do you think they give you mounts to begin with? Like in No Man's Sky, you immediately get a ship to just fly.
Nah.
Do you think they give you
I-
a mount to start
I
with?
don't know. Maybe you have to tame it to begin with, you know.
Oh, that would be awesome.
That's what I'm thinking. They wouldn't just throw it out there with so many in front of you. You're just like, okay, I want this one, and then you just take off. Like, no, you don't have to be some type of.
I'm sure
Might
it'll
involve-
definitely, start out with some type of like awakening quest, you know, to get you like why you're here, or do you know why you're here? Do you remember who you are? You know, stuff like that. Kind of like what they did with No Man's Sky.
You're gonna wake up. There's gonna be a round orb that's called a broadcast unit. You have to go over and activate it.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting, and it is something that we are all looking forward to for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
I'm
I
expecting.
mean, it can go so many ways.
it can. And I do feel like in my gut it's coming out this year, 2024.
I hope so. That'd be great.
Yeah. Well, and then I guess another question would be, I see a lot of people saying that, oh, they put out a trailer because they want to get backers, they want to get support, they want to show that they're doing something because they need help from like Xbox or PlayStation or another company. Do you guys think that's the case? Do you think they're going to partner up and be exclusive, like what we talked about earlier? Do you think they're going to be on one platform?
I mean, like, how?
No, I don't think so. I think, obviously they were backed by Sony in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And, Sean wasn't very good with PR. He spoke some things that weren't necessarily true, and then the media kind of construed some of the things that he said, which played into the big hype of the game. And then they got pushed to put the game out when it wasn't finished.
Mm-hmm.
So I think again that's another mistake that they learned by. I think they're going to try to do this solo without having the support from a big company like Sony or Microsoft. That's just my thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I agree 100% with all of that. I think that if I'm being charitable, if I'm giving Sean the benefit of the doubt, I think when he was doing interviews, they had all this in mind. They were going to have all these things. And then as the deadline approached, they said, "Oh, well, we need more time for this. We need another year to get all this stuff implemented." And Sony just looked at them and said, "Look, you signed a contract 2016. We're not funding you. We're not helping you. This is the deal. It comes out this year. If you're not done, that's your fault. That's not ours." And so they were kind of pushed into that, and they said, "Well, I mean, I guess we're doing it." And so they were forced to release it when they weren't ready.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, obviously, years later, we have not everything that Sean has talked about, but a majority of what he's talked about. And so I think they had it in the roadmap. They just didn't realize how long it was going to take. And that's why, on the flip side of the coin, they've been working on Light No Fire for 5 years without saying anything. And so they probably said, "Look, we made this mistake with No Man's Sky. We know that it's going to take some time to get this thing up and running and going where we want it. We're comfortable with releasing it." Because, like, to me, I think 2018 is probably when they should have released No Man's Sky, 2 years later, because with the next update, that's like where No Man's Sky, you kind of see, that's where it begins. That's where you get the refiners, you third person. That's where the game started really getting going. That's where it changed from this game sucks to this game's really good and we want some more features. So, I mean, if you think No Man's Sky 2018, that would have been 5 years after they started development, because they said early 2012 or late 2012, maybe 2013 is when they really started working on No Man's Sky.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that would put it at 5 years. So Light No Fire is at that point now.
Right.
So I would say, they probably are looking at it now and saying, we're ready to go. We can put it out and we don't need help. We don't need additional funding. We don't need these companies to put a contract on us. Because, I mean, the benefit is they help you out. The downside is now you're locked in and you don't get a wiggle room of, well, we need another year.
Yeah.
We need this, we need that. The company says, no, you signed a contract for 2024, whatever it is, and that's what it is. And so, yeah, because they haven't put out a date. They haven't even put out platforms on what they are. And I'm sure that's still right now, they're figuring that out. Like, okay, can we do it this year? Is it possible? We're pretty close. Or is it going to be 2025? And they have the option to do whatever they want because it's their game.
Right.
So, yeah, and that's the feeling I get from them. And going back to like Light No Fire, or Light No Fire, they released that on their own. They didn't have any company with them. They didn't use a publishing and nothing. They were like, nope, we're doing this. It's a smaller game for sure, not apples to apples, but I have a feeling that's the kind of pattern they're going after now. They're like, nope, we're doing our own thing. We don't want to worry about anything. We don't want to be locked in.
Right.
You put in that vulnerable position again.
Yeah. Because there's a benefit, there's security there. You know that this big company is footing the bill for a lot of stuff, so you don't have to worry about going bankrupt or losing out on anything. But the other side of that coin is the company's calling the shots now, not you.
That's right.
Right.
So, yeah. And I don't think, like, Captain Steve's gone through their financials. I don't think they're hurting for money. I don't think that they're, like, on the verge of, well, No Man's Sky came out 7 years ago and we don't charge for DLC, so we don't have any money. No, they make plenty of money and they have a small crew, and I think that's to their benefit. They don't have high salaries. They don't have 1,000 people working on this game, so they have all this money and they're ready to go with it.
Right.
So the only thing I'm asking, Sean Murray, if you're listening, the only thing I'm asking for is a special edition with a little rabbit. I want that. I'll take that.
Purple rabbit.
Yes, exactly. Purple rabbit. Heartbeat. I would buy that day. Pre-order right now, today.
Purple rabbit.
That is the one downside. Because I didn't get No Man's Sky on day one. Everyone told us not to get it. I didn't get that pre-order, the cool Rosa ship and all that. I'm like, oh. I mean, you can get it now on eBay, but it feels like I want to support them. I don't want to support some guy on eBay.
What ship? What you mean? Oh, you mean the actual the model itself?
Yeah, the collector's edition that had the model and all that cool stuff. I was like, oh man, if they had a freaking merch shop and they did not have that, I would have bought that. I would have bought multiple versions of that. They've never had that ship on there.
I've actually seen there was the ship, the model, the pre-order ship, the collector's edition.
Yeah.
And there was also somebody had a walker that came with a collector's edition as
what?
well.
I didn't see the walker.
I seen somebody have one with a walker in it. See if I can't find that again.
I would love that. Now, I've seen a lot of people, they do a 3D prints. I know Captain Steve has done a few 3D prints as well.
I got 3D prints as well.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm of two minds. I love that stuff, but I try to do support No Man's Sky, Hello Games as much as I can. So whenever an update comes out, I would buy something from their merch shop.
Yeah.
And then number one, they didn't add any more new things to the merch shop, and I think now the merch shop is down. There's nothing on the merch shop at all.
Really?
So I can't even buy anything now. And I'm like, what? Why? I want to support you, dude. Come on.
No t-shirt. Well, what about the tarot cards from is it Ragdoll?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. See, I wasn't able to get into that GoFundMe, man, but those look really, really awesome.
There's that, and then Kanaju also made some playing cards for
I got those,
right?
Yeah, I got playing cards.
Yeah.
I bought the game I don't know, 7 times now, I think.
So
yeah, I do. I have I think 7 different copies of the game, both physical and digital.
Oh,
Yes.
So the reason why is the physical ones. So obviously the release day game, if you play with no disc, you get version 1.0, or no update, you get version 1.0. The Xbox version, if you play no update, you get Atlas Rises /Next. And then PlayStation also made another disc for Beyond when VR came out. So if you play that with no updates, you get the Beyond version. And then obviously there's a PS5 version that just came out. I didn't buy that one yet though.
That sounds like it should be in a bundle.
Yeah. And then I bought it on Switch, and I bought a few digital copies for myself and my 2 boys. So
Yeah.
yeah, I bought it a couple times.
Just a couple.
Hey, you know what? Hey, it helps it helps them too, and like it's been free
100%.
DLCs all the time. So
100%. That's why I have no qualms. I bought I have it on Xbox, the PlayStation, Switch, PC.
Steam, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna buy the Mac version, but they ended up being the Steam version just shared over, so no need to buy that. Which I was like,
Right.
I appreciate that, but come on, I want to support you.
Right.
Gotta start wearing No Man's Sky t-shirt here pretty soon.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I have a couple shirts. I think they had a backpack. I even got the Light No Fire little figure that they have, the little plushie they had.
Oh.
I went through it. I grabbed all of that stuff, and I mean, I'm glad I did now because the store is down. I don't know if they're ever going to bring it back with all the items again, or if they're going to have all new items. I got the stickers, I got the coasters, I got the patches, just to make sure I got all of that.
Should have ordered it when I had the chance.
Yeah. No, now there's no way. Well, I mean, they'll probably bring it back. I have a sneaking suspicion they took it down so they can reset it up with the Light No Fire merch, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even see it on their website at all.
Yeah, they
Used
took
to
it
have one on
down.
there, merchandise.
I think they took it down late December.
Hmm.
And I was like, okay. At first, I was like, oh, they're going to take it down so they can put up Light No Fire. And it just has not come back. And you're like, well, why? Come on, guys.
I would love...
Maybe it'll come. Yeah, maybe it'll come back with the release of Light No Fire. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I would hope so, because I'll buy Light No Fire. Sean Murray, he had a Light No Fire t-shirt. I'm like, I want that, but I can't get it now. Come on.
If they have a camping backpack, that's like the one in game, I'd totally be down to buy that.
Yes.
Well, you can download their on the Light No Fire website. You can download their logo. They have a thing right there that says download images, and you could print it on your own T-shirt.
I could.
You can make your own T-shirt for Light No Fire.
I might end up doing that just because.
Speaking of, which is something else is quite interesting. I stumbled across yesterday. There's actually a person on eBay who is selling 3D printed ships of in No Man's Sky. Like, he's got quite a few on there. He's selling them for like $100 though. I mean, they look really, really good, but I'm thinking to myself, man, I wonder if he had to get permission to use.
That's why I generally try to shy away from those, because a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times, it's just some guy who is making it on his own. He didn't even contact Hello Games.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I mean, some people say, well, if he alters one thing from the original, then it's different. I get that, but you're still kind of using their property.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
just like with Disney when they obtained Star Wars, a lot of those schools that had like lightsaber training, gone.
Yep. Yeah, Disney, you can't mess with Big Mouth. They'll get you.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, and then there's the whole thing with a mod being put in for Legend of Zelda, and Nintendo was all over that.
Dude,
yeah.
Nintendo is hardcore about their copyright, man. I don't mess with Nintendo with anything.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Like, even just trying to stream or record their content, it's like, oh, no, you can't do that because of this reason. They come down so hard on content creators.
Yeah. Well, and then they'll come down hard on you sometimes, and then other times they'll let you go for a couple of years, and then they get a bug up their butt, and they're like, oh, no, that video that's been fine for 3 years now, that thing is out of line. We need to take that down. And you're like, what the? I don't even remember making that thing. What?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, YouTube's algorithm has been pretty wonky too for some things. I've gotten some of the No Man's Sky videos. I've gotten ad subtlety, and I'm like, what? Why? Why? Oh, there's things in here that are not suitable for all viewers. Really? We were doing lore reading all night, and that's not suitable? Are you kidding me?
Were you talking about Nip Nip? I knew it.
Yeah, well, maybe there was a few nip talks. So, but whatever. I always dispute it, and then it gets reverted. So I think it's just their new AI learning technology.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I understand some of the Assassin's Creed ones, with the killing and everything. I get that, but No Man's Sky, seriously?
The funniest thing, and it was only for I think 2 days, but I went through it. I was doing No Man's Sky content, and then Callisto Protocol came out.
Yeah.
And that is super violent, like murdering people.
Yep.
Posting a gameplay of that, no problem. I posted a No Man's Sky stream where I said the F word once, age gated. I was like, what? Wait a minute. Okay, let's. All right, this seems a little off, but I mean, I can ask about this. What's going on here? And immediately, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, no, you're good. Never mind. You said fudge, not the F word.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
I think I was there for that.
Yeah.
Well,
I have a built-in beep, so I could just, if I need to.
Right.
But every once in a while, if I'm in the moment, it'll slip out.
It happens. It happens every once in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and going off of Atlas Galactus talking about how Hello Games kind of they half fix things, like they didn't fix multiplayer all the way, and I think that's generally I think how they do it, because I don't know how they've built No Man's Sky, but it feels like there are different versions of the game, and so there's so many different layers of, well, what platform are you on? Because the Xbox version is broken, or this or that. And then, how old is your save? Because if you have a legacy save, then there's another layer of issues. And then it's like, well, are you playing in multiplayer or not? And it's like, holy cow, there's like multiple levels to a problem with something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, I hope that they've learned from that. Maybe that's a legacy thing that's just No Man's Sky's built like that. And going forward, other games will not be like that. But I don't know. That's a big nervous thing I have for Light No Fire. Is that, if it's a built-in problem, it's going to be there forever. Like multiplayer is broken in No Man's Sky, so it's going to be broken in Light No Fire? I hope not.
I hope not either.
Say you fix one bug and you get 3 more.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, I mean, so like going back to the every update, whenever I know now at this point, because it's happened so often, anytime there's an update or a patch to No Man's Sky, there's going to be an audio bug where the storms and the landing are absurdly loud compared to everything else. And then they'll put out a patch like 3 days later and it's gone. And it's like, wait a minute, what? So there's something in an update that adds in this bug every time. What are you guys doing? Is it built into the game engine itself and you have to repatch it every time?
Copy and paste. That's what it is. They just copy and paste.
That's what it feels like.
So they forget to get rid of that line of code.
Yes, that's what it feels like. I mean, it could be. I mean, maybe it's just a combination of they've been working on like these updates for so long that when they put in the update file, it's from 6 months ago before they fixed it, and so it reintroduces that bug they got rid of, and then they have to reapply the patch after they put the update out because the update is 6 months old.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I
don't think we'll ever have a game that's like has no bugs.
You got to take that back. Metal Gear Solid 1 is perfect.
Some of them are fun. Some bugs are funny. I'll tell you what. So recently I'm doing the Assassin's Creed series, going through all the Assassin's Creed games. So I'm playing Assassin's Creed 1 on Steam, the Steam version, and Well, let's just say it's got more bugs than a Bethesda game, I think.
That is not believable at all.
Oh,
Really?
I'll tell you what. I'll be fighting, and all of a sudden, my character will get glitched into the wall, and then I start falling through the planet. Right?
Yes.
And then I start doing this huge spinning thing, like I'm breakdancing on the floor, and I die. Doing the leap of faith. Well, it's definitely a leap of faith. It's either to live or to die, because that hay bale may be hard or soft. You'll find out when you hit it.
And yeah, that's the thing. You don't know until you hit it.
Yeah, I've died so many times on the hay bales because it didn't work properly. So yeah, so it's definitely been fun. And then trying to play mouse and keyboard, me being a controller player, that's fun too.
Yeah, dude, that is the one thing. There's some games I love, like the Planet Crafter. I love Planet Crafter, and they have controller support, but man, it's atrocious. At least it was the last time I played.
It's gotten a lot better. I actually asked you, I don't think you've seen it on your stream, but I asked if you plan on going back and doing a playthrough of Planet Crafter now that there has been a lot of updates.
Yes.
A lot of new things added, and with the release of 1.0 that'll be coming up soon, introducing multiplayer.
Oh. Yeah, well, me and I think Beeblebum, we've been talking about when the multiplayer comes out, doing a series together of just doing that.
Cool.
Yeah, I definitely want to go back into it. I definitely need to play, because every time they have a new update, or I think it was 6 months ago was the last time I played, I get in and I try to use controller because it's been so bad, and so I haven't tested it in like 6 months or so.
Yeah, you'll have to go in and actually change the key bindings because they're kind of screwy.
Yeah, okay.
They are kind of screwy. You'll have to alter the key bindings yourself. I tried playing controller recently, and I altered the key bindings, but I was like, you know what? I don't know. It just doesn't feel right because I've been playing it mouse and keyboard for so long.
Well, that's the other problem is they force you into mouse and keyboard. Now that's what I'm used to.
Yeah. So I've started another playthrough for this year with the procedural Rex update. So we've been doing that Tuesdays and Thursdays after work.
Yeah, I need to jump back in there.
So really good. And again, that was just a 2-person game. A husband and a wife that designed that and developed that game.
It is mind blowing, and it goes to against the grain of, you see these studios that are like, oh, we have 1,200 people working on this game, and you're like, why? I mean, I get that you want more people means quicker, but it doesn't mean better.
Exactly.
And so it's like, oh, these games that you can see, like a Nightingale comes out. It's a smaller studio. Planet Crafter, the smallest studio ever, 2 people. And they're putting out something that's on the same level as this quadruple A 1,000 studio game.
Speaking of small studios, there's actually another game that recently released, and I've been doing some playthrough on it as well. Some of you may know him, Charlie Banks, which is also the creator of the No Man's Sky base builder app. He has come out with his own game called Tales from the Dancing Moon. It's in early access on Steam. Yes, and it's a really good game so far. It's got building, it's got adventure, it's got combat, and it's got lore as well. It's got a good story to it so far. I'm still currently playing through it, but it is a fairly decent game. And anytime there has been very little bugs to it, but anytime there has been something, he has been right on top of it to fix it.
All right.
So if you guys are looking for another adventure type game, check that one out. Tales from the Dancing Moon. You'll be supporting a fellow No Man's Sky content creator.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
It came out in December last year. Nice.
Yeah, he did the No Man's Sky base builder app, which is a lot easier to use versus going through the save editor and using Python and Blender and all that stuff. He built it all right into one simple to use app, and then you can just import it right into your game.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another small studio doing a phenomenal job with the game.
Yeah. See, and it's just that's why I'm getting. Maybe I'm just getting more jaded in my old age. But it's just when you look at that and people say, well, I mean, games have to be 70. I mean, you're lucky they're not $100 because it costs so much to make these games. And you're like, no, it costs so much to make these games because these companies are terrible. They want to force in as many people as possible to do the bare minimum because these games are broken when they launch. Yeah.
Some of the games I can understand where they have to have more people for like the acting. You know, think about games like The Last of Us or, you know, Assassin's Creed Mirage. You know, you got to have all these actors that play the parts. So I understand where that can become costly, having these actors do all that stuff.
True, but I mean, on that same scale, there's a game that came out last year called Fort Solis. An amazing game,
yeah.
looks amazing, has some of the best top-notch acting I've ever seen in a game, voice acting, and it's a small studio, and it's a cheap compared to that. It's not a $70 game. I mean, it's a shorter game to be sure, but it's narrative-driven. It is one of the best-looking, best-acted, top-notch games I've ever played. And they're charging like $30 for it, and it's a small studio that made it. And I'm like,
is that on Steam only, or?
I think it's on Steam and PlayStation 5, I believe.
Okay, Fort Solis.
Yes, Solis.
It had a good story.
It is so good. So it's definitely a one and done. Like there's not a lot of repeat playability to it. But it's a good like 7-hour game of running through, really story driven. It's so good. So freaking good.
I'm big on story games. I like story games.
Like you'll get hooked. I immediately was when I saw Jason play it. Like going through episode after episode after episode. I just wanted to know what was going to happen to the protagonist.
Oh, and it's also a space type game as well. So
yeah, it is underappreciated. Like it was a hidden gem. A lot of people didn't play it, but it's so good.
Kind of like Deliver Us the Moon and Deliver Us Mars. Those were also very good games.
Yeah, see?
Keen Interactive.
Yeah, and so that's why whenever people say, oh, these games, like, no, there's a lot of other amazing games that are doing the same quality, if not better. You know, at least this game, when it came out, it worked. It didn't have any problems like Suicide Squad or anything like that. You know, so it's just like, no, the price point isn't based on the quality of the game. It's based off of what the business think they can get out of you for the limited amount of work they can do. They're basically trying to squeeze your hard-earned money for as little as possible, and it's like,
oh, interesting. It's $5 cheaper on Steam than it is on PlayStation.
Oh,
is it really?
Yeah, it's $30 on PlayStation. It's $25 on Steam.
On Steam.
Yeah.
I will say that it is graphically intense. So if you have a lower end PC, it might be better to play it on PlayStation simply because.
Let's see, what are their specifications here? Recommended RTX 3070. I got 3070 Ti.
There you go.
Storage 17 gigs available. Memory 16 gigs of RAM. Yeah, I got 64. I'm good.
Oh wow.
64. What are you video editing over there?
I went. Well, see, the thing was, back with my old PC, I had bought 16 sticks for that PC, and then realized that, oh crap, these won't work in that PC. Well, rather than just sending them back, I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll hold on to them. So then I got my new PC, and it already had 32 in there, and it had 2 more slots for 2 more sticks. I'm like, I wonder if these ones will fit in there. Sure enough, they did.
Nice.
So I got 64. I'm like, does anybody ever really need that much? No, not really, but why not?
Oh,
yeah. No, I think buying this PC was probably another one of the best investments I did, because it's helped me out with doing not just being able to play some of these early access games and some of the games that we can't get on console yet, but it's definitely helped with streaming wise and just being able to manage different things going on. So
Heck yeah.
and I still have the other PC for backup. So
Yeah. Well, and Typo brings up a good point too. It says the big game companies squeeze the developers too. That is absolutely true. So I don't want to make it sound like the developers are terrible people as well. No, I mean we touched on that with Hello Games working with Sony. For me, because I'm more sympathetic to Hello Games, they got kind of screwed over because I'm sure Sony said, "Look, this is the date, this is the contract you signed," and Hello Games said, "We need more time." And they said, "Nope." And so it's that kind of a scenario of the example I use for PlayStation is I love Naughty Dog and I want them to make good games, but PlayStation is intent on remaking the same game 27 times, and it's like I feel like it's a waste of potential. Naughty Dog makes amazing games, but they're stuck with let's make The Last of Us remastered,
The Last
second
of Us
sequel
2 remastered, which I honestly don't understand because if I'm not mistaken, The Last of Us 2 came out for PlayStation 5.
Yeah, it was I think it was originally slated for PS4 and they just had a PS5 version of it. So it wasn't actually made for it. But it feels a game is not that old. Doesn't look terrible.
Right.
The original game is amazing. Why do you need to remake it?
Yep. Yeah, we played through that entire series too.
Yeah, and that's why it's like, okay, you're just wasting potential at this point. Because, I mean, Naughty Dog is an amazing studio. They make amazing stuff. And you're saying, nope, you can only remake this one thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, the Uncharted series, I would love to see some of the older Uncharted. I would like to see Uncharted, The Golden Abyss, which was a PlayStation Vita game, come to the console.
Was it the Vita? I thought it was PSP. Maybe it was.
No,
Vita.
it was Vita because that was one of the games that they first introduced using the rear touchscreen.
Yeah. Do you think there's rumors that they're going to be making a true PSP sequel, not the what do they call that handheld they just came out with? The
PlayStation Portal. Portal. PlayStation Portal. Yeah, Atlas has been keeping up on that quite a bit. They have been in talks of bringing a handheld PlayStation device that will play games natively on the console, on the handheld itself, PlayStation 5 games without the need of the PlayStation 5.
The only requirement I have is I want them to use those UMD, the mini discs. I want to be able to slide that mini disc in the back. That's so good. It was so awesome.
Oh, that's what they had for the PSP.
The PSP, yeah. I felt so. It was like the future when you got that. You're like, the whole game is on this. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh. So that's the only ask I will have for you, Sony. Just make sure it's on a mini disc, not a cart. I don't want a cartridge. I want a disc.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd love to go back to that.
Yeah, my oldest kid actually just recently, probably about 6 months ago, bought a PSP. I think it was the 1000.
Yeah.
And the main reason why he did it is because there was one particular Persona game that he wanted to play that was only on the PSP. So,
dude, you don't know how many times I've been looking back going, you know what? Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops is on there, and I want to play it. Does it require? I might need to make an investment on this.
Yeah, and I actually did the homebrew on my Vita so that I could actually stream games from that as well.
Yeah.
It's a little difficult to get through all of that, but it's done now. The hard part's over.
Nice.
Yeah.
One of these days I gotta get a capture card. Or I was thinking about doing games on Nintendo Switch or some other console, but yeah, getting the whole setup done and everything. I'm not sure how the wiring works and whatnot for it.
It's really not too difficult, and if you're on a budget, there are some decent capture cards on Amazon that are like $30. They work really well.
Yeah.
I used one for probably a year before I went ahead and broke down and got the HD 60S Plus from Elgato.
Oh.
And I've been running with that one for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now, I think.
Nice.
They just come out with a new one, but Yeah, this one still works just fine. No need
I
to
was
go
gonna
for the new one.
I love Elgato, but their naming scheme is ridiculous. I think the new one is the HD60X plus
Yeah,
Super
it's
Deluxe
something
Mega
weird.
Ultra.
Yeah,
It's like, God.
yeah, it's
Uh,
something definitely weird. It's
oh,
kind of like Xbox, right? Their naming
yeah.
scheme for their consoles.
Dude, I'm still I have a bet with my my friend. Every time there's a new generation, I'm like, okay, this time it's gonna be the Xbox 360 no scope. I know it. Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Naming schemes off the rails.
yeah. You gotta think. I mean, you gotta think. Microsoft owns Xbox, and they come out with Windows 10 and 11. You'd think that they would have gone to the number scheme by now. Okay,
Right,
this is the Xbox
exactly.
3 or Xbox 4. Nope, it's still Xbox Series X. And if they have a Pro, if they do come out with a Pro version, it's going to be so ridiculous. Xbox Series X Pro? That's the
Yeah.
longest name for anything I've ever heard.
Yeah. Yeah, well. No, I'm sure they'll call it something else.
Xbox Warrior.
Triple X.
Yes,
Triple
the
X.
Triple X.
Something.
Vin Diesel comes and delivers it to you.
There you go. Yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of Vin Diesel, what's going on with Arc 2? I keep hearing it's on and then it's
yeah,
off.
yeah.
And it's on and then it's off.
Dude, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have inside knowledge? Do you know Ass when you play some
Um,
Arc?
yeah, I'd play a little bit. From what I've heard so far is that what was the last thing I heard from? It was from Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear. He said it was back on, but then there was just this other thing going on, and my memory's a little foggy about it because it was a few weeks back. I was like, oh, that's what's going on with it, and then all of a sudden, it's like new news. I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna wait until they officially say they're gonna do it, because they've just been on and off lately, and their Arc Ascended isn't doing too well from what I've seen either.
Yeah. It's running into some snags.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess there was a new map that just recently released too, and there was some issues with that right off of the rip.
And,
yeah.
And then
Well, sorry, go ahead, man.
What's going on with the purchasing of dinosaurs now?
No, I don't know.
I
Why
just don't
did they add microtransactions?
That's what I'm thinking when I heard it.
Well, the last I checked in, because I was all excited for it, because I'm not a deep like Arc player. So when they announced Ascended, I was like, oh, okay, it's a remaster.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna move it to a new engine. They're just gonna fully release the game. It'll be good to go, and then they'll move on. And then when you look into it and they tell you, oh, actually, no, it's still early access. It's only one map, and they're gonna be working on it. It's not even done yet. I'm like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, what? Why are you're remastering an unfinished game to be more unfinished? How the hell are you selling that?
Right.
And then I just go down the rabbit hole of, well, the company needed more cash flow, so they had to re-release a game to make more money. And then they ran into issues with the servers, so they had to partner up with a company that everyone hated for servers. And it was like, oh god. And now the microtransactions for the dinosaur, I'm not 100% on this, but what I've heard is they're selling a reviving dinosaur. So basically, if your dinos die in the game, you can buy this upgrade, this special dino that will revive your older dinosaurs. So if they died, you can revive them.
So go out and tame a new one.
Oh god. Well, it's like okay, you're literally selling a revive, and okay, awesome. Oh.
Yeah, just go out and tame a new one.
Exactly.
Why pay for it, right?
Because I invested all this time and energy making it the best dino ever, Moose. Come on.
Okay, you can do it again. Do it again. You did it once, you can do it again.
I know.
Yeah. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
No,
it's just like it's. That is like the dark side. Like if I thought of like if Sean Murray was an evil man and Hello Games was an evil company, that's what I can imagine No Man's Sky would have turned into. It would have been release the game, not complete. Everyone hated it, but then you release DLCs, and they're all $5. And now we're up to what, 30 DLCs? So we're talking $150 worth of DLC, and they want to make sure that everything, you have to make sure you can't connect to the servers unless you have all the DLC. So you need to make $150 plus the base game you have to pay, and it never goes on sale. So it's a $60 game plus all the DLC. It's like, oh god, that could have been.
That would be evil for sure.
Horrible.
I think if it was that way, I'm sure it would still keep some player base, but it probably would have lost maybe.
Oh, for sure.
40% of it, for sure.
Oh, I would say more than that. It would not even be close to where it is today. I think you get that goodwill. And there's a certain point where I started feeling like, dude, you guys, it doesn't make sense, but I want to pay you more for the work you're doing. It's been 7 years and you haven't charged a single, like, I bought the game multiple times to support you. If I just bought the Xbox version in 2018 and never bought it again, it's amazing. All this content is free. It's insane.
Yeah.
I'd feel guilty.
You know, they made The Last Campfire, and that's a great little game, a lot of fun to play. But they did one update to it where they added additional forloans that you could find in new puzzles. But that was it. They didn't update it anymore after that.
That's because they have this awesome game they're working on the side. It's called Light No Fire.
Exactly. I just it just seemed like it seemed like they abandoned that project, that game. They did it and they said, okay, we're done with that one. Let's just focus on No Man's Sky and Light No Fire.
I jumped into that and because I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a good game. And I realized when I got in there, I was like, okay, this feels like they had an itch they needed to scratch. They were like, look, we want to make something different that's not No Man's Sky. And they're like, and Sean was like, all right, if you guys want to take a break and go do that thing, go for it. And then they put together this cool little puzzle game. And they released it, and he's like, all right, did you get that out of your system? And they're like, yeah, let's play some Light No Fire. They're like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, it would be nice to see if maybe they added a little bit more to that. And another space game, I think you played it, Jason, and I know I did it, which was what was that? Moon Runner.
Yes.
That was actually a fairly decent game. I did enjoy that. I wish they would, do more with that.
I haven't gone back because I played it. It was like, I think they called it early access when I played it. Did they not go back and do anything with it?
No. I mean, I completed it 100% the game. We ran through it. We did the storyline, everything. And that's it. After it's done, it's done. There's no more to do. Sure, you could reset your progress and try to do it faster to beat other players' times. So it does have like a leaderboard type aspect to it. But other than that, there's no more story to it.
Oh, yeah, that one. It's been a minute since I've seen it.
Dude, that one was so good. The only problem I had with it was that if you turn up those the settings on it, that thing will cook your PC, man.
Yeah, it did for me too. When I first started streaming it, everybody's like, whoa, it's kind of choppy. And I'm like, yeah, okay, hold on, and I had to turn down the settings to like low. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It still looked good on low, but like, wow. What kind of PC do you need to run this thing at max?
NASA, man, all the way.
Yeah, NASA. NASA PC.
Yeah. Well, and another game that I played recently that's on that same level, when a game came out last week called Winter Survival.
Okay.
And it's a really cool, it's more in line with like the Lone Dark. It's more of a just you're out in the wilderness trying to survive. But by default, like I play on a 1440p screen, a monitor.
Yeah.
And by default, it's set to 1080. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll just change that. I'll turn it up. I'm in the menus. I turn it up to 1440p. And it just cranks my graphics card. I'm like, holy crap. All right. And they even have a warning on there. They said, look, you can turn them up, but these settings are what will actually work on your PC. It's like,
yeah,
all right, then maybe I'll take the recommendations here because, good Lord, I'm in the menu and it's like going crazy. I can't even imagine in the game.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to nuke your PC there, Jason.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no, you
no.
don't.
Don't do that.
No.
What do you got? A 40 series card?
Oh, I got a 7900 XTX, so the best
Oh, okay.
AMD they got so far.
Gotcha.
So I will say, I absolutely love that GPU. It's an amazing GPU. But when it comes to video editing, that is not the GPU you want. So if you're aspiring to be an editor or a streamer, AMD might not be for you.
Right.
Oh,
I've been hearing a lot about them 40 series cards. They come unplugged or something.
no, the plug melts because they have so
Yeah,
much
that's what it
power.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plug was melting. There's a guy that I watch, Northridge Fix. He does a lot of repairs to electronics, and he was pointing out some of the flaws with those because he has taken those and repaired them, and he'll point out the flaws that are in the building structure of it. And I think
Yeah.
Jay-Z 2 Cents also did the same thing.
Yeah, dude, it is just a manufacturing defect in the plug socket.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it doesn't show its face until you need a lot of power. So if you're running something really high end, that's when it all of a sudden melts.
Yeah.
And
And
we
then-
had that same problem. Like I was scared. I don't know if you guys played New World.
No,
That came out a
but
few
I
years
heard
ago.
about
Oh yeah, I
that
remember
too.
that. Yeah,
That was melting GPUs.
yeah,
Yeah,
left and
dude,
right.
Dude, and no one knew why, because it would do it in the menus. And you're like, what the? Because the game itself didn't have a built-in frame rate limit. And so you would, if you had a high-end card, like a 3090, it would run that thing at like 400 frame. It would go to the max. It would set your card to the maximum it could do. So it was pulling in all the power, and it would just melt. It was insane.
Yep.
So that's long story short. I had a 3080. I was playing that, and I was nervous for about 2 days because I was like, "Oh my god, if I play this game, it's gonna kill my card." Come to realize, I always set my, I always frame rate limit my games because I'm streaming and you can't go above 60 anyway. So it was okay. It was fine because it was limited to 60. That was the secret, and I accidentally did it.
Yeah, I do that with every game I play on the PC as well, limited to 60. I see some games that says like no frame rate limit, and I'm like, how about we just keep it at 60?
Yeah.
Let's not take any chances.
Yes, nothing like a $2,000 or $3,000 computer just going kaput on you.
Oh yeah, you don't want that,
Dude.
No.
No.
I think the last time I checked my computer, it was around 2,700.
Dude.
And I'm sitting here trying to make upgrades to it. I'm like, it's like, please, nothing break. I can't afford it right now.
Well, that's the problem. Is I keep, because my PC's a little bit older, not too old, but I'm like, okay, I need to upgrade my my CPU, and they're like, well, you need a new motherboard. I'm like, well, I'm not okay, and I need a new cooler now. And it's like, well, I'm building a new PC at that point. What are you doing to me?
Oh man,
Oh, yours is liquid cooled.
Yeah.
240, or you have it completely water cooled?
I think it's 360.
Ooh.
Dude, well, during the pandemic, I'm still proud of this. I went and I built my PC 2019. I think maybe 2018, maybe 2019. Right when the 30 series cards came out. And I got my GPU for MSRP right before the spike happened. So I was like, yes! Got my 3080 for $600, and then like 2 weeks later, they were up to 1,000, and then they got up to, it's insane. It was like $1,500. I was like, are you kidding me? I had a moment where I was like, maybe I should just resell this thing. I got one at 600. I could just sell it for 1,500, make a big profit on this thing.
Yeah, slightly used.
Yeah, just slightly.
Yeah, slightly used. It'll be okay.
Oh. But yeah, I made sure it was right when my my YouTube channel took off. I was like, okay, I need to be serious about this. I'm gonna make an investment in this thing. It's gonna last me for the next 50 years of my life. So make sure to pay for all the good stuff.
Yeah,
And-
if only they lasted that long.
I wish, dude. Now I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, I probably need a 40 series card for video editing. But if I get it now, then I'm gonna have to get a 50 series card that's coming out next year. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, because as the newer games come out, newer graphics, newer this, newer that, and then it's just like a cell phone. It's only good for so long, and then it just stops working properly. You got to get a new one.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, they do that intentionally. They're like, yep, now you get to go buy a new PC.
Oh
Yeah.
man, like with the DDR5s now, you gotta get that along with the new CPU and a new motherboard.
A new motherboard. Well, and that's the thing that kills me is that basically every new series of CPU, you need a new motherboard. You're like, well, that's like half the PC right there. What the hell?
Right. Might as well just buy a new PC.
At that point,
Mhm.
basically.
Because of that socket.
Yep.
It's the only thing. Well, now it's RAM and socket, but yeah, it was just mainly socket. Especially for the Asus motherboards.
I thought they were back compat to AM3 and 4, right? Right? No?
Not the new ones now, no. If you have
damn it.
DDR5 RAM, no, you need
Oh,
three
yeah,
of those
you need
components
that RAM.
changed. Yeah.
Yep. See? Yep. PC's totally worth it, though.
Oh yeah, it is.
I will say that whenever someone's like, oh, should I go PC or a console? I said, well, you probably want to go PC because then you don't have to worry about, in general, there's always going to be exclusive games that are only out on one or the other. But in general, you can probably play all games on a PC. You can get an Xbox or unless you want to get a Nintendo, but that's not as hard of an investment. You can go out and get a Nintendo Switch for pretty cheap. You get a used one pretty cheap. So, and those are really the only exclusives out there. Like, I don't think Nintendo's released anything on PC.
Oh no, no, they're very
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
even.
Yeah, I think like Sega has, like, you can get Play Sonic and stuff like that, but not Nintendo. Nintendo's not at all.
I mean, I don't even know what they're gonna do about people who have emulators of Nintendo games.
They're gonna send SWAT teams to kick down your
Well,
door, murder you.
Some of them sites have recently gotten shut down, and they're being sued by Nintendo.
Yeah, Nintendo, they're going all out. I feel like they're going all out now because they're about to release a new Switch. They're like, hey, we got to crack down now. We're getting a new console coming.
Yeah, there was recently just one that got shut down. I forgot the name of it though.
Zubu?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Zubu, something like that. Yeah.
Something. Yeah.
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 You know, it kind of sucks too because some games now they're not making a physical copy. They're only doing digital. Well, the problem with when you buy games on, say, PlayStation is you do not, when you buy it digitally, you do not technically own that game. You only own the rights to use it.
Yes.
So if they pull that game from the storefront, it's gone. You don't have it anymore.
Or if you played your 3DS for years and got digital only copies, you're screwed because they shut down the 3DS store. So now there's no way to get those games.
Exactly. So, and that's why some people prefer the emulators, where if somebody had a physical copy of it, they can upload it, make an emulator out of it, and then people can still play it. So it's a game preservation sort of call.
Yeah.
But, you know, of course, some Nintendo and them, they don't like that, so they shut it down.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of that because not just because like Nintendo, in Nintendo's case, I think they shut it down because the like Twilight or not Twilight, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes.
It leaked early and that emulator had it like a week before the actual game was on sale and Nintendo got pissed. And I understand that point.
Yeah, SWAT team did go to that guy's house.
Yeah. Yep.
It was the Pinkertons agency. Yeah.
Yes. But I foresee in the future because I mean PlayStation is doing it now. They're just re-releasing the same game over and over.
Yeah.
So why would we let you have an old copy when we could sell it to you again?
And I would prefer that rather than just never sell the game again because there's people who still want that game.
True, but I mean, I don't know. I would much rather them say, hey, look, all our games from this year going forward are backwards compatible forever. So if you get a copy of Last of Us Part 2 Original it'll work on the PlayStation 5, PlayStation 6, PlayStation 7. And if you want the new version, sure, you get the remastered version, but you can still play your old. Pull out your PS4 disc. I have a PS3 version of Last of Us Chapter 1. Let me slap that baby in my PS5.
Oh, I wish the PS3 games were backwards compatible.
I wish to, dude.
Well, the disc. I should say the disc games. I wish the disc games were backwards compatible.
Metal Gear Solid 4, dude. I cry every day. I want that game.
I think one of the Metal Gear Solids is on the PS Premium, if I'm not mistaken.
I think the original. Well, I mean, they re-released the original trilogy. Number 1 was the hard one to get, but number 4, Metal Gear 4, is still locked on the PS4, as far as I know. So you have to, or PS3. You gotta have a PS3 to play it.
I really miss my Castlevania game on what's it, PS2. I was able to play it on PS3 because of the. Well, it's not really backwards compatibility since it started out that way, but it was able to go on the PS3 and then no more.
Well, it was the original version of backwards compatibility. They literally put the chip from the PS2 into certain versions of the PS3.
Yeah.
So it was basically you had 2 consoles in there. It was awesome. And it's hard to find those PS3s anymore, man.
They have, I'm not sure what's in here, but they have Metal Gear Solid Volume 1 Master Collection.
Yeah, that's Metal Gear 1, 2, and 3. They just released that, and it is a terrible, terrible compilation. Don't buy it.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. I think I heard about how bad it was.
You probably heard me screaming from Colorado. What the hell?
Yeah, there's a guy that I watch too. It's Some Ordinary Gamer, and he does a lot of reviews on some of these games that come out. And he's big on the preservation as well. And he was doing a story about it, and he's like, it is just dog water. And he's like, I say, don't buy it. If you want to play it, go back to the PS3 or whatever. Play it on there.
Yeah, so. Well, that was the worst part about it, because they've re-released the Metal Gear series in different iterations. I have the original 360 disc for Metal Gear Solid HD collection.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And that plays better. That came out in 2011. It plays better than the Master Collection that came out last year, 2023. I was like, are you kidding me? This is garbage, and you're charging $60 for this garbage. What are you doing to me?
Yeah, they're just trying to get money.
Yeah. It felt like they got some emulated version that they found in the backwaters of the internet. They put it on a disc and then sold it to you. It's terrible. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to happen to all these old games that aren't going to be seen anymore?
They're going to be gone.
Lost time. Maybe some guy at a garage sale is going to have a cartridge of it.
Yep. Yeah, it's if there's no emulation allowed and they stop that, then that means game preservation will no longer exist.
Oh yeah.
If they sell them on nothing but digital, then there's no more physical copies. Then, yeah, they'll all be lost to time. You know, they'll become a historical topic.
Yeah. Well, and I think that they will resell it to you, but it'll be a watered down, terrible version, and you won't want it. That's going to be the problem. They'll do a master collection of this game plays like dog poop. It looks like dog poop. If you got literally, if you get a PS1 and put a Metal Gear Solid 1 disc in it, it plays better than the re-release they did. And that's insane. It's like, that's not preservation. That's terrible. You're just giving me some dog poop on a disc.
Right.
I'm still up for a Dino Crisis game, to be honest.
Oh, dude, don't hurt my feelings. I want that. Capcom has been teasing that for so long. I want it.
I'm just waiting for them. I'm like, come on, guys. You know you can do it. You could totally do it.
They've been doing Resident Evil. I know that it's not 1-to-1, but if they came out with a Dino Crisis remake that was on the same level as like Resident Evil 2 remake or 3 or 4, I would be there day one. I want that so bad.
Brings back memories. I forgot. It's not Claire. What's her name? I'm thinking about Resident Evil.
Resident Evil, Claire.
Regina. There you go.
Yes, Regina.
Gail, and Rick. Was it?
I think it was Rick.
Yeah. Going through that whole scenario again. I'm like, am I able to do that? If I have to go back and play again, am I gonna remember that?
Oh yeah, you will, dude. I get flashbacks. I try to tell everyone because I always joke. I'm like, Metal Gear Solid is the best game ever made, and then I say immediately after I say, well, you can't play it now because the controls are terrible, the voice acting is over the top terrible, but I love it. It's so good.
Awesome.
I think that's also probably what happened to Starfield because you fire that thing up. And what's the jump button? Y. That's the only series in the world that has a jump button on Y, and I love it. And I that's home to me. That's warm, fuzzy feelings.
Why? You want jump as Y?
Yes.
Why? Why must you be opposite?
Why not?
The one that's really confusing is playing No Man's Sky on the Switch.
Yes, they flip the A. Oh, dude.
It's so confusing sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the one. And at first it doesn't register in your brain because on Nintendo they flip the A and the B button.
Yeah.
And so they're in different positions on the controller.
Only for certain aspects.
Yeah, only for certain aspects. Yeah. And that's what kills me. It's the menus and the jump, and you're like, because when you play it, all of a sudden you're like, okay, it works now, and then you go to jump and you're like, what? My brain, what?
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that you can't change the controls or the bindings for you to actually have it that way.
You can on the Switch level. You have to go into the Switch menu, not the game menu. And then and you're changing it for the entire Switch, not just for No Man's Sky, which is also another thing like, oh my God, why?
Yeah, then it really mind boggles you.
Yeah.
Because then you'd have to hit B to jump. Or to use your jetpack.
It is just, there's no game level switching. It's just on the Switch level.
Okay. Yeah. I gotta mess around with mine a little bit more then.
Yeah.
But other than that, do you guys have any final thoughts on the specific update, where Hello Games is going?
We have 1 week left in the expedition, right? I think it's like 7 or 8 days left.
Yeah, something like that, I think. So
that means it ends mid-March. We're going to say 16th, probably 17th. I'm going to say next update's not going to be till April. Yeah, maybe they'll put it out on April 1st. That'll just mess everyone up. I think the expedition ends on the 18th, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to say we get an update in April sometime. Maybe we get one in the middle of March. That would be crazy. I don't think they would do that. I think they're going to make us wait a couple weeks. It's going to be nothing for a couple weeks. We'll get an update. Whether that update is major or not, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be the space stations. I think they're saving that for the summer.
Yeah. I'd be like, April Fools. We get you this.
Yep. April Fools, bitches. Here's the new space stations and everything. Oh. Yeah, I don't think the next update is going to be the space stations. I think we're going to be waiting till summertime, like July, August timeframe for that. What the next update is, who knows? Maybe it'll be a new ship type. Maybe it'll just be an expedition. It'll be another expedition. I don't know. What do you think, Moose? What are you thinking?
Well, expedition. I mean, we could get another expedition. But who knows? I mean, maybe Expedition 12 is the last expedition they're gonna do, which is why they put the kiosk in there, so that we could have the ability to rerun any expedition.
Do you think that's the next update? Is the replayability expedition thing?
Maybe. And then, the space stations, like you said, probably, that's going to be a big update. So probably summerish. And will they actually bring in the ship racing implementation that I spoke about earlier? I think it'd be cool if they did. Most definitely. As of right now, most people just kind of maybe save beacons down at the planets with the big rings and race through those, but it'd be kind of cool to actually have a ship race. But we have the exocraft races too, and you don't really see a whole lot of people use those.
Yeah.
I have seen some people make tracks and use them, but they're not used that often. So will the spaceship racetracks get more use, or will they just kind of fall in the same realm as the exocraft racetracks?
Well, and do you think that they do spaceship racing in actual space, or is it going to be a planetary thing?
I think it'll be a planetary thing because, like I said, in that version of the game, they were planetary points that you would put down.
Yeah.
So, and how exactly would it work, seeing as a lot of times the stuff you put down is confined to your base or a certain amount of units away. You can only go so far from the initiator. You can't, because I mean, dude, it would be freaking epic if we could make a cross-planet freaking race, right? Group of players race all the way across the planet, but
you can treat it in the same category as like portable refiner. Have put down a marker that has like a glowing arrow, but it's treated like a planetary refiner, so you can put it anywhere you want on the planet.
True.
You just have the markers pointing towards each other.
Yeah, if they did it that way, that could work for sure.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if they do bring that kind of stuff in. So
I can't even imagine what another update would be, because I mean, we kind of knew this was going to be the Void Mother like finish of the storyline, but we didn't know what the expedition was going to be, or like dreadnoughts or anything like that. So as far as content, who knows?
And we're right back where we started a couple of months ago.
Yep. I think the bigger question is how much more do they add to No Man's Sky before they just say, look, we have to move on to Light No Fire. So there's still going to be content here, but it's going to slow down to once a year updates. And
I mean, they said they do have like a part of the team that is working on Light No Fire, and then there is still part of the team that's working on No Man's Sky.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're still dividing their forces to work on both.
Well, yeah, for sure. But when you, especially with game development, as you get closer to a release date, you need all hands on deck to polish it up. And so when does that happen? When do they say, well, look, we had to slim down the team. So still, it's Jerry and Susan are still working on No Man's Sky. Don't get us wrong. But we needed to move everyone else back over to Light No Fire to finish it off, to get it across the finish line.
Yes.
Right.
Which might be pretty soon.
We might see that. And if it is the case that Expedition 12 was the final, and then we'll just have the ability to rerun, that might free up some of the people to go work on Light No Fire if they're no longer going to push out new expeditions, at least right now.
Now, do you think that they do a full-on, like you can replay any expedition at any time, or do you think they go through like every couple of weeks, it just rotates out a new expedition?
I'm kind of hoping that it will be able to replay any one of the expeditions that we choose throughout the 12. Reading through the patch notes, they said expeditions, plural, will be able to be played from this kiosk. They didn't say when a new expedition comes out, players will be able to start from this kiosk. No, they just said that expeditions will be able to be started through the kiosk.
So I think rotating it out every week, you said every week or every 2 weeks.
Well,
it could be any kind of time frame they choose. Maybe it's once a month they get a new one, or a replay of an old one.
Yeah, there you go. Even if they did that, rotations. 1 month you can do Expedition 1, the next month Expedition 2, or just be able to choose whichever one you want to play, and then it just loads that up for you, and then you play it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think they do it in that aspect, so it starts slowing players down, but keeps them coming.
Yeah.
Especially. Go on.
Oh, I was gonna say that's kind of like what you want for. It's not an online like service game, but you want constant flow of content. You don't want to, if you shotgun it, you could do all the expeditions all at once. Then you get a lot of fanfare for the first month or two, but then after everyone's played it, they're done. They've burned out. Whereas if you do once a month or once every couple of weeks. Say it's 2-week period, a rolling period. Every 2
Yeah.
weeks, there's a new one. There's a reason to keep coming back because in a couple of weeks, I might get a crack at the Normandy expedition, or maybe whatever. You're waiting for that one expedition you missed out on.
Yeah. To be honest, I had said if they were to take all of the expeditions and just turn those into a single game and sell it, I would buy it.
Yeah,
I would buy it.
You'd play No Man's Sky Expeditions with just
Absolutely.
that version. Yeah,
Absolutely. I would play the expeditions. Yeah, you finish the first expedition, and then that save carries right into the next expedition.
Ooh, it just builds on itself. Yeah.
And then that save carries to the next one. You know what I'm saying? As you complete one, it moves right into the next. You know what I'm saying? You can do something like that as a completely separate game. You'll still be having your bases that you built. You'll still be having everything you've acquired going into the next and the next and the next. And then when you finish it, it's, maybe
it melts your disc and you have to buy another one.
Yeah, there you go.
No, we had an idea. So one of my streams, we had the idea of what if there was player developed expeditions where you can go in like almost like a base creator, but it would be an expedition creator where you make the milestones and you set the course for it. You choose your planets that you want everyone to visit for rendezvous and things like that.
That would be kind of cool. Yeah.
And you can go.
Go ahead.
So you can go to the terminal, the expedition terminal would have a menu of you can play a Hello Games a previous expedition, or you can go into the creator expeditions and you can choose, and everyone votes on it, so you know which ones are really cool or which ones suck, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds kind of cool. Okay, well, it's like early on before we got the UI rework with our discoveries and everything like that. There was somebody that found images and thought that we were going to be able to write our own stories in the game and this and that. And I had said that, well, honestly, I think that those images that we're seeing are just, developers left their tools out of the toolbox. Yeah. They're reworking the UI and they just left the tools out of the toolbox. So, and that's kind of what it ended up being. We just got this whole rework of our discoveries UI, where it actually tracks all of the lore that you've actually found per race, per missions and stories, and everything is in there.
Yeah.
So, and that's what it was. It was just recording everything that we've done. So, but yeah, it'd be kind of cool to have player developed expeditions. And then, like you said, people would vote on it, and maybe like only one or two of them would get picked, kind of like the featured bases.
That would be pretty cool.
Kind of the same way they do that in Space Engineers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Definitely. Yeah, sword.
Sword.
Yeah.
What do you think, Az? We're gonna get a big update? What do you think is coming?
So, if I had to guess, I'd say this next one would be something that may be a little small, but something unexpected. But yeah, I'm definitely holding out for the summer to have that giant update that we're sort of expecting. And then, I think it's September through, January or maybe February. I'm not quite sure where their whole tax thing fits in, but I think that's the period where they kind of slow down, and then I think around December we're hardly going to get anything. But that's what I kind of predict what's going to go on for the next year. And then maybe Light No Fire is probably going to pop up. If it's going to be along the same lines as other games, it's probably either early fall, late fall, maybe towards Thanksgiving or Christmas. Somewhere between that time frame.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah,
I
that
want
would be nice.
Light No Fire. Oh god, that'd be so good.
Because they have some pretty good stuff, and they said that they always put out gameplay for their trailers, which means they have a certain part of the game already. They just haven't shown any quests. They haven't really shown any mission givers. I mean, there's that I don't even know what to call the creature. It was like a troll with horns that was just kind of sitting on a pedestal.
On the throne?
Yeah, the throne.
Yeah.
Like, is that gonna be a quest soon? Because he was just walking up with like 4 other people, like it was nothing, over to the throne. I was like, oh, is that a quest? Is what's going on? But then we got to see very little of that, and I'm like, at some point, they got to release a second trailer. I think the same way Bethesda did, but with a little more detail. Because with that third trailer that came out for Bethesda for Starfield, it showed a little bit of stuff, but people complained about, we needed more out of it. But then when they came out with that final trailer, they had a ton of information that answered a lot of people's questions. I think that's what No Man's Sky, Light No Fire is gonna do when Hello Games pushes it out, unless Sean Murray says, you know what, nah, keep it secret. And then once it's out, they'll be super surprised. And then at the very end of the trailer, when it starts going to black, it'll probably come up with this nice little design of the actual date, and that's gonna be the not the trap, but the the excitement that fans are gonna want.
Yeah.
I'm hoping, and who knows if this even happens or not, but Sean Murray, Hello Games, they show up at a summer event, whether PlayStation, Xbox, whoever, they show up to show off the game, and they do like a gameplay like what they did with No Man's Sky. He's just gonna drop down on a section of the planet, kind of walk around, explain what the game kind of is, show it off a little bit, and then right at the end, we get like a little 1.5, 2 minute long trailer with a date of like October 2024. Yes, done. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yes.
This summer.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Because there's no E3 this year. We're just gonna have to.
Well, I think E3 is like completely done, isn't it?
Yeah,
Not
it's
doing it
done.
anymore?
There's no more.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well, they have Summer Games Fest. So I think that's going to go be the replacement so far. But I mean, like last year, Xbox held their own event. They basically did E3 without calling it E3. So
Yeah.
I keep calling it E3, but it's essentially the same thing. They're just doing it on their own now.
Yeah, I think each studio's kind of doing it on their own now. They're not doing this huge collection of all the different studios coming in and displaying their games.
Yeah. So I think that hopefully we'll see it at Summer Games Fest, which is like in June of this year.
Oh man, yeah, cross my fingers, hoping they're gonna be there. But if
I'm
not,
hoping.
well, we still have the Game Awards as a backup.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I don't know if you guys were watching last year, but when we saw Sean Murray said he was flying out to the Game Awards, we were like, what? He's nominated for like I don't know. They're nominated for an award, but they never show up at these things.
Right.
Usually, like the year he won, they just remoted in. He was literally by Zoom drinking a beer.
Yep.
So he showed up, and we were like, "What?" And then we saw like actually him at the event. And we're like, "Oh, we were freaking out." So if Sean Murray all of a sudden makes a trip to LA in the summertime, that's gonna be the first sign.
Yeah.
Like drop everything and just watch.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Jason. Thank you, Moose, for coming on to the podcast. Always love having you guys on here, as well as those of you who've been on here previously and some of you to come.
Yeah, it was fun.
Happy to be here.
Oh yeah, definitely gonna call on you guys again for more future updates, and especially this summer. Thank you everyone for coming and showing up and hitting that like button. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm hungry. I don't know about you guys.
I'm starving.
I'm starving. Yeah. Yeah, we went for 4 hours. Holy cow! I was prepared for 2.
I know. I was like, oh, it's gonna be over in 2. I was like, no, it carried all the way over. So, no, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And to all of you out there, 07, peace.
07s.
Take care, everybody.
Yeah.